And you'll be able to change the title once we actually
Okay, we're good now, right?
it's just taking a second, but it's setting up. It's telling me on my end, setting up your meeting for YouTube Live. There we go. Done. Redirecting to YouTube. Okay.
Record. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping in with us tonight. Just one moment. So thank you all for tapping in tonight. Thank you for our loyal supporters and any new viewers that may be tapping in. I'm Chief Quietwater. I'm part of the Lost Confederacy YouTube channel. And I just wanted to provide a little bit about the Lost Confederacy YouTube channel. We've been presenting information for about the last 3 years. And what we've collectively realized is that we are prisoners of war and that we are presently under an act of genocide. So we're not really here to debate or anything of that nature, but more so to build with each other. So we let our documents speak for themselves. So our channel is set up in chronological order pretty much. And we've broken down into sections of topics that we discuss on our lives that we've done. So on a weekly basis, we would quote Dr. Carter G. Woodson quotes every week. We would also provide an American inventor every week that we actually never repeated. So that just kind of proves that we have always been the creators and the inventors and trailblazers for like other groups to kind of duplicate and steal our work and our inventions and everything as their own. So if you start from the beginning of our videos to the last video, it'll give you a very, very clear picture of the American history on this land. And it's not taught in the school system. So that's why the title of our channel is The Lost Confederacy, the greatest story never told. So that's just a little bit about our channel. I'm going to pass it off to Chief Biko to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. Chief Biko here. For those who are not familiar, again, as Chief Quietwater stated, been studying the short sales approved for about 2.5 years now on this American history, and we look forward to bringing you all something that you haven't heard before. Go ahead and pass it to Chief Blackcoat.
What's going on, viewers? We appreciate your time. I'm Chief Blackcoat. I'm out here in Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised. We just been doing American history, reading documents, and we appreciate your time. And we're gonna try to make sense of our status here in America.
Chief Alligator, it's an honor to be here, and let's do it.
All right. So we definitely want to we are definitely thrilled to welcome a prominent figure whose career spans both in the courtroom and television as a criminal court judge in Memphis from 1990 to 1993. He was known for his I'm sorry.
Not longer than 93. I got elected to 2 8-year terms. You got the dates wrong.
Oh, okay. Okay. What years were you a criminal court judge?
Up till 2000. A few of the years overlap with the show because I had a lot of unused vacation time.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Well,
I got out of law school more than a half century ago, so I've been practicing law for 50 plus years. Done everything from being first Black prosecutor for the city of Memphis to running the public defender's office to being with EEOC, being in private practice, doing poverty law, you name it, I've done it.
okay.
Hopefully a trial lawyer. And then when I was in my 50s, they got me for this show, and I did that for 15 years. So it was binding contractual arbitration according to the California Supreme Court. It was enforced. So
Okay.
it was the real deal that wasn't fake like most of the rest of the people that were on doing these judge show things. I didn't even call it a judge show. I called it televised arbitration, but that's another story.
So it wasn't just for entertainment, basically.
No, you were getting the real deal that was recorded. And the only thing that was unrealistic about it was if the parties could not pay the awards or judgments themselves, we agreed to take care of that.
Got you. Okay. That's good information. Thank you for the correction. Well, we do know also, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you do have firsthand knowledge of the assassination of the Dr. Martin Luther King
I
Jr.
was asked judge on the case, did
Oh,
intensive
okay.
research, have a whole lot of data points that seem to escape the interest, well, not interest, but the attentions of the public.
Okay. Got you. Got you. Well, we definitely thank you for showing up and being willing to have this much needed conversation with us on our platform. And we do recognize and we realize that getting the information directly from a source who was actively participating around certain events will definitely provide us all with insight that, we otherwise wouldn't really know the truth about. So definitely thank you so much for being a part of our platform tonight. So I'll give it back to Chief Alligator. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and jump in. Got a little feedback. I'm gonna put you on mute real quick. I want to go ahead and jump in as I'm not unique. All of us have been through the school system. I'm Generation X, Judge Joe Brown. So that just basically means I was born in the 70s, right after the civil rights era. And so my generation and all the generations behind us, we just have questions that never really got answered by elders. So it's an honor and a privilege that you have experience and you're willing to have this conversation. One of the things that I always ask questions about and always required myself to be outside the box on was the slavery narrative. What we're going to do tonight for those that are watching is we're going to pull that blanket of slavery back, and the government records tell a different story than what we're orally told when we're coming through school. So Chief Biko, if you can share your screen, we want to get right into the Iroquois Constitution. Can somebody give me a thumbs up when you see it on your end? Okay. If you can do a quick find real quick, Chief Biko, for the word Confederate. All right. So those that can see that screen, we see that word is mentioned, written 66 times in the Iroquois Constitution. Can you do a quick find for the word Confederacy? All right, we can see that word is written 63 times within this Constitution. And Confederate lords, please. All right, we can see that that's 26 times within this Constitution. And lastly, lords with an S. All right, and we have that 185 times written in this Constitution. So I wanted to cite to those particular words because the first thing we want to do is we want to face the boogeyman head on. A lot of our people see the word Confederacy, and the first thing we think about is the narrative that we were told when we were in school. However, this was the form of government that the Pilgrim encountered when they came here. Do I stand corrected, Judge Joe Brown, or is that correct?
It's just a synonym. It's like republic, Roman Republic, the U.S. Republic, the People's Republic of China, the Union, the Soviet Socialist Republics. It's a form of government. That's all it means.
Thank you for confirming that for us. If you can go to section 58, Chief Biko, and within section 58 of this Constitution, it's going to describe what happens to a Confederate lord. All right. I'm going to read it real briefly, and then Judge Joe Brown, if you want to share your thoughts on it, feel more than welcome. It says, there are now the 5 nations Confederate lords standing with joined hands in a circle. This signifies and provides that should any one of the Confederate lords leave the council and this confederacy, his crown of deer's horns, the emblem of his lordship title, together with his birthright, shall lodge on the arms of the Union lords whose hands are so joined. He forfeits his title, and the crown falls from his brow, but it shall remain in the Confederacy. A further meaning of this is that if any time any one of the Confederate lords chooses to submit to the law of a foreign people, he is no longer in, but out of the Confederacy. And persons of this class shall be called, they have alienated themselves. Likewise, such persons who submit to laws of foreign nations shall forfeit all birthrights and claims on the 5 nations Confederacy and territory. The reason why I wanted to go there first is, of course, Lords of Confederacy, they are kind of like your managers within a Confederacy. And so what we're quickly realizing is birthright means something on the American soil. Prior to the Pilgrim coming here, this was their modus operandi, if you will. Judge O'Brien, anything you want to throw on that?
Yeah. I wonder why Black folk with this kind of mixed legacy with the Indian nations want to deal with a foreign Indian from Asia and not understand the connection with the soil element of this whole process.
Great point. I'm assuming, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm assuming you're referring to Kamala Harris.
The hyena, yes.
We will get there a little further, but you're absolutely right.
Hyena is a scavenger who comes along and eats the carrion, the dead, rotted carcasses, or the doings of others.
We're going to learn a lot as we walk through this with you today. And thank you for saying that bloodline does matter, and your bloodline, what land you're tied to, it does matter. If you can scroll down to section 74, Chief Biko, we just want to point out to the people who are watching this live, section 74 is going to describe the alienation or individual. What happens when the Pilgrims came here on this land? What status would they have upon approaching this Iroquois Confederacy? Section 74 says, when an alien nation or individual is admitted into the 5 nations, the admission shall be understood only to be a temporary one. Should the person or nation create loss, do wrong, or cause suffering of any kind to endanger the peace of the Confederacy, the Confederate Lord shall order one of the war chiefs to reprimand him or them. And if a similar offense is again committed, second time, the offending party or party shall be expelled from the territory of the 5 nations. This is important to me. The reason why I'm pointing this out is we don't have anything where we handle our business strictly among ourselves. But we can see, based on the way historically business is conducted on this land, foreign nations or foreign individuals, they can be a part of us, but you have a temporary status. You don't come into the business meeting and get into the nuts and bolts of how we operate. Anything you want to say on that, Judge Brown?
It's about power. He who has the power has the authority.
Agree 100%. Let's go down to section 75, the very next section. When a member of an alien nation comes to the territory of the 5 nations and seeks refuge and permanent residence, the lords of the nation to which he comes shall extend hospitality and make him a member of the nation. Then he shall be accorded equal rights and privileges in all matters, except as after mentioned. No body of alien people who have been adopted temporarily shall have a vote in the council of the lords of the Confederacy, for only they who have been invested with lordship titles may vote in the council. Aliens have nothing by blood to make claim to a vote, and should they have it, not knowing all the traditions of the Confederacy might go against this great peace. So that kind of ties into what Judge Joe Brown just said. Bloodline should mean something amongst us on this land. And he gave the example of a hyena from Asia coming into our business meeting. We have to learn how to put our gates up, and what we talk about and what we deal with as a people. You're just not privy to that information. We can come out and, brief you on how we want to brief you outside of that business meeting, but you don't belong in that room when we're talking about certain subject matter. Would you agree, Judge Brown, or?
Affirmative on that, yes. And not only do you want somebody admitted from outside, you want that person to be the high chief.
Can you go into that a little bit, sir?
Ridiculous proposition from my behalf. This person and I hate to jump forward on this, but irrespective of the paint job, has absolutely no ancestral connection to this land. There's not one parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, anybody who has a connection to the United States of America or to North America. Nobody. Her parents had a temporary academic visa. They were visitors. They weren't even attempting to be long-term residents nor migrants. So they came, nature took its course. She and her sister got birth within a 3 or 4 year period, 3-year period. They left, came back. We've got a migrant who doesn't have anybody here that she can claim status through other than by the technicality of the place of her birth, which was in the San Francisco Bay Area. So now all of the Black people that we have seen come into the country by one way or another are attempting to get all joyous and happy, and they have yet to see one of their own in a realistic position of becoming president of the United States of America. It certainly wasn't Barack Obama, because he is one of those who has another alien connection. It's through his mother, but not through any remote connection with anybody that's been here. And Kamala, the hyena, doesn't even have that kind of connection, because neither of her parents has any ancestral connection to North America. But he's got the paint job that's kind of like saying, hey, I've got a Prius, it's painted black, and it's just as cool as that Rolls over there that's painted black. It's the same.
Thank you for expounding on that, Judge. And the last section on this document is going to be the next one, section 77, which describes adoption procedure and describes expulsion from the Confederacy. When the lords of the Confederacy decide to admit a foreign nation and an adoption is made, the Lord shall inform the adopted nation that its admission is only temporary. They shall also say to the nation that it must never try to control, to interfere with, or to injure the 5 nations, nor disregard the great peace or any of its rules or customs. That ties into what Judge Joe Brown is saying about Kamala Harris. She's on temporary visa. You know, we have to put our gates up as a group of people, and we have to start looking at bloodline lineage, and like Judge Joe Brown said, not the paint job, because the paint job is allowing people who are not tied to us to come in, and they're just not going to fight. Well, you already got to deal with people who are going to sell you out that's of your bloodline, right? But you stand a higher chance of that if that person has no bloodline connection to you at all. Where's the allegiance at? So thank you for expounding on that, Judge Joe Brown. Any one of y'all want to share anything on this document before we move to the next one? All right, go ahead.
Other points.
Okay, let's go to the United States Constitution now. So those that are watching, again, if you've never looked at the Iroquois Constitution, all these documents that we're going to go through tonight, we suggest that you take time to read them in your own. As Dr. Carter G. Woodson always says, there's 2 types of education, one that you're given and one that you give yourself. Judge Joe Brown, we definitely gonna need your help on this, because this is in your backyard. We want you to educate the listeners that are watching this. We're just gonna hit some points on this Constitution as we get ready to get into the bill. If you can go to Article 1, Section 8, Chief Biko, where it's going to describe the powers of Congress. And the one we want to focus on is Congress declares war. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, Judge Joe Brown? For the people who have never looked at the Constitution, don't understand the theory of operation of this system. The way I like to look at it is the Constitution is like the operating manual of this system. If you read this Constitution, you get an idea how the internal mechanisms are supposed to work. You want to share with the listeners?
The actual Constitution of the United States takes about 15 to 20 minutes for an adult who has been through high school to read. It's a lot simpler than reading the rule book that you have to be familiar with if you're going to get a driver's license and pass the written part of the test. It's not long. Article 1, Section 8 does a lot of things. One of the things in there that is most important to the immediately prior discussion is part of it that says the obligation of the commander in chief, which is the president and also of the armed forces, is to, quote, enforce the law of nations, unquote. You have to tie that in with Article 6, which deals with the supreme law of the land, which consists of three things. One of them consists of those treaties that have been ratified by the U.S. Senate. There were a number of treaties that involved, amongst other people, the parties to the Iroquois Confederacy. And it says in Article 6 that those elements of the treaty that we in the United States had with we, or some of the we, who were embraced by the Iroquois Constitution, that is supposed to be enforced by all judges in the land, state or federal. So those treaties were ratified with what were perceived to be nations. The Iroquois nation was perceived to be just that, a nation. And that's one reason a lot of Black folk don't understand what goes on between the descendants of those Indian nations and what become known as African Americans, Afro Americans, Black, Negroes, colored, or whatever you want to say, is they don't have treaties because they never had the status of being perceived as a nation.
Now you I love the bill. You're getting a little ahead because we get into the treaty part, but for clarification, when when the United States government through its Congress declares war, is that a written document when they declare war?
That's the power to declare war. That rests with Congress. There are also inherent policies that are supposed to lie with the government and the chief executive, which is to engage in acts of war that are not officially declared. We didn't exactly have a declared war for most of what's been going on in the Middle East over the last 20 some years, because how are you going to declare war on an idea? But how do we get into the Middle East? And what is also said in Article 1, Section 8, which few people understand. There's a part in there that says it is the responsibility of the United States Navy to pursue, eradicate, and defend against piracy wherever found in the world. Now, you have several treaties that become part of the supreme law of the land that declare hijacking airplanes to be acts of piracy. So it devolves upon the U.S. Navy to resist and suppress piracy wherever found in the world. When Al-Qaeda secures 5 aircraft that are hijacked on 911 and engages in an act of piracy, multiple acts of piracy, it then becomes the duty of the armed services to pursue and carry out a perpetual state of war that is set forth by Article 1, Section 8. It says, wherever found, it is the obligation of the American Armed Services, specifically the Navy, to pursue, eradicate, and suppress piracy wherever found in the world. So that obviates the need to declare war and says there's a perpetual war against piracy. But of course, you got the jackass George W. Bush saying the war on terror, which is a war on a condition, which is an oxymoron. How you going to fight a state of mind? Officially, who do you declare war on? But he never said it was piracy. But Article 1, Section 8 is inherent in this war power with the perpetual state of adversity against piracy. That's why the United States Navy and the navies of a lot of other places in the world are over on East Africa's coast dealing with piracy. It is also part of this thing of enforcing the law of nations, which is part of Article 1, Section 8, which establishes a perpetual state of animosity or war against those who deviate from the law of nations. That said, that's actually why we have a legal justification for being involved in the Middle East, is because what happened to set this off on 9/11 was essentially an act of piracy. You listen to the Marine Corps hymn, and it says, "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli." When the U.S. Marine Corps was involved in the very first decade of the 19th century with an affair in Tripoli, that was because they were dealing with the piracy of the Barbary pirates. So that is part of the legacy of the American Armed Services, which is to pursue, eradicate, and suppress piracy wherever found in the world. It's an interesting thing, but by the way, I didn't learn that in law school. I learned it in the 5th and 6th grade in LA, California.
Great explanation. Chief Biko, can you share the document? I'll give you the heads up when it's time to stop sharing it. Let's get to the next point, which Judge Joe Brown already jumped ahead. And for those that are viewing, you can tell that Judge Joe Brown is going to give you a detailed description on these articles. So just follow us and listen and learn. Let's go to Article 2, Section 2 of the United States Government's Constitution. And thank you again, Judge, for that detailed explanation, how that piracy can be an out clause from Congress, quote unquote, declaring war. Article 2, Section 2, we're right here where it describes treaty procedure. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25. Okay, let's get down to it.
You are at Article 1, Section 1 of Article 2.
Right, we need Article 2, Section 2, Chief Biko.
That's dealing with the president shall be commander-in-chief of the armed services of the Army and Navy of the United States and the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States.
Not that part, Judge, if you don't mind.
That's Article 2, Section 2. What are you trying to get to?
Second paragraph, he shall have power.
He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provide 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law, but the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the president alone, or in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. Okay. He is chief diplomat of the United States of America.
If we can go right back to that first sentence up into Senate, where it says he shall have the power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. So explain to the people, basically the president has to get 2/3 of the Senate in order to have a valid treaty. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's why it's part of Article 6. It becomes part of the supreme law of the land along with the Constitution and such laws as may be passed to carry out the Constitution, not just administrative stuff, but things necessary to make sure the Constitution works. Those are the 3 categories. The Constitution itself, which includes the amendments. Mm-hmm. That's 1. 2, such special laws is necessary to effectuate or carry out or administer the Constitution. And 3, such treaties as have been ratified by the Senate, which requires 2/3 vote of the Senate to ratify. So he is the chief diplomat and he may negotiate treaties. There's one in particular that applies to today, I'll come back to later. Okay. That was negotiated by President Bill Clinton in 1999 and was ratified by 2/3 of the U.S. Senate, and it is part of the Supreme Court, the law of the United States. It's interesting in its impact on world and national affairs right now. And it has a great deal to do with our foreign policy at this point. But most people don't think about it, and I have yet to see the news media talk about it. But we'll come back to that.
Thank you for giving a detailed explanation. And the reason why we're touching the way we're touching is because a lot of people don't understand how this thing works. So when you're explaining how treaties come about, this is for the listeners. So as we go down this story, they're gonna be able to see some things. So let's go to Article 6, Chief Biko.
Well, let me add one other thing with this one too. This one we are talking about right here is why, in the case of United States Department of the Navy versus Egan, decided by the United States Supreme Court in 1988, they declared that as the president, as the chief diplomat of the United States, he has absolute and unquestioned authority to classify or declassify any document he chooses. Also, we just discussed that he is commander-in-chief of the military. Also, for that same reason, he has absolute authority to classify or declassify any document in any form, shape, or fashion he chooses. He can classify or declassify in full or in part. It's been decided. And you might wonder why somebody is bringing a charge against or charges against a past president for exercising that constitutional authority.
Not understanding the operating procedure of how things work.
Well, perhaps understanding the operational procedure, but not giving a damn, just bringing the action as an administrative thing, knowing it won't stand up, but using it for what they call lawfare to impose problems that somebody has to deal with. And by the time the problems get resolved, it'll be a moot issue because what they're putting them out there for will be too late to do anything about.
Gotcha. Article 6, Chief Biko. If you don't mind, we're going to get down to what Judge Joe Brown already touched on, which is the supreme law of the land, which is the treaty. Article 2, Section 6. Are you under Article 2? Yes.
Article 6.
Okay. Yep.
Article 6.
So this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the constitutional laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding. I want to role play with you real quick, Judge Joe Brown, as you elaborate. Let's say I'm a Cherokee chief, and you are a military general coming from Britain to establish a colony. If we go into treaty together and your colony later becomes a state within the United States government, our agreement is binding because it's supreme law of the land, even though the United States government is created after our treaty. Am I interpreting that right, or can you clarify?
What happens is this: the colony involved, when it becomes free of the monarchy in England, the sovereign power in England being the monarchy, when it becomes free of that, it is for a short few years a state, a nation state, a nation. It is a small, weak nation that it eventually will join up with 12 other weak nations to form the United States of America, which can be translated with synonyms into the United Nations of America. And they bring in their own rules and their own treaties, which are incorporated into the system of the collective agreement, which is the entity now known as the United States of America or the United Nations of America. So we have a situation just exactly like what we have with the Euro Union, where you have these entities that have been at war for thousands of years: France against Germany, Prussia, Saxony, Greece, Turkey, England, no longer part of the Euro Union, Switzerland, Spain, Portugal, all these countries fought each other tooth and nail, and they're sovereign entities, but they unify into a collective now, which to an extent is modeled on the Iroquois Confederacy. And to an extent, the U.S. Constitution has its elements from the Iroquois Confederacy. And what is adopted as law by this early nation, this colony, once it becomes free, are to an extent incorporated into the United States. There is a question about the effect of ratified or operative treaties or agreements between states that were pre-existing to the point when they became states of a union rather than colonies. The general propensity is they match up because essentially there were a lot more Native Americans, Amerins, Indians than there were white colonists, and people died. Correct. So this was serious business. It wasn't just academic.
Just to untie the knot, just for the viewers. So whatever our agreement was when you were at the colony state and I'm chief of Cherokee territory, that treaty would be binding when that parent company absorbs all those colonies and makes the United States government.
There were some actions by the U.S. Senate pursuant to this Article 6 situation that in essence incorporated a great deal of the same elements that the individual states had entered into when they were colonies with some of the Indian nations.
Okay. Good explanation. Hopefully, if you're following along and you're listening to this dialogue, we're just talking theory of operation right now of how the Confederacy operated versus how the United States government operates. If you can go to Article 1, Section 2, Chief Biko. And if you can put in your words, Judge Joe Brown, what does Indians not tax mean to you? Article 1, Section 2.
Okay.
Are you at the right article, Chief Biko?
Yeah. See, you have to take this in context. If you're born in basically the continental United States or one of its territories or protectorates, you are a citizen. If you claim precedence,
not cutting you off, Judge Brown, what is continental? Are you talking the entire
North America?
Got you.
Now Alaska, now Hawaii, now Puerto Rico, now the American Virgin Islands, now American Samoa.
Okay.
You are on American territory and you're an automatic citizen. But if you don't pay taxes because you claim precedence and elect to be a citizen of a sovereign Indian nation, that's what they're talking about.
Okay. So keeping it simple for the people who are listening, if you are a citizen of, let's say, the Cherokee Nation, then this applies to you.
Yes. You don't have to pay American taxes if you exercise that citizenship.
Okay.
And it was modified to an extent some 70, 80 years, 90 years later when it started talking about reservations or recognized Indian territories.
Thank you for that.
By the way, these rules sound complex, but actually the rule book is only about an eighth as long as the rule book is for the NFL. The computations are actually more simple than what you get when you see the referee, the umpire, and the line judges huddling together, deciding what to do when a flag's been thrown on a play.
That's why we're doing this tonight, Judge, which you just explained. We want to let the viewers know that it's not hard to understand the government you're operating under so that we can ultimately start looking at some things that we might want to do differently moving forward. Thank you for sharing that. If you know your favorite football team or baseball team or basketball team, if you know all the rules when he travels, when he double dribbles, why can't you learn the government you operate up under? Great point, Judge Joe Brown.
And it takes less time to read the Constitution than it does the rule book.
If you can cite to Article 1, Section 8, Chief Biko, and that's going to describe commercial relationships through Congress with Indian tribes. You want to build on that, Judge Joe Brown? For the
Well, you're dealing with interstate, not interstate commerce, but you're dealing with international commerce in a way. It's a weird kind of thing. When you read the Constitution, you have to understand this was 235 years ago, 1789, when the Constitution, this instrument, was ratified. So 235 years ago, you had a wilderness. You had 13 colonies in a heavily forested jungle. And you had a scant white population, and you had 2,000 miles from where they were to the west coast in the Pacific Ocean. You had a desert that extended all the way up to the Mississippi River almost. And you had very hostile environments. So you're in this primitive forest. The fastest you can go is probably if you're on horseback. They started building canals, which sped things up. You had some riverine traffic, but communications were slow, conditions were isolated, and somebody might decide that they're angry at you. They'd like to smile by nailing your scalp to the lodgepole.
Thank you for that build. And lastly, Chief Biko, I want you to do a search for the word American on the U.S. Constitution. You're on mute, by the way, Chief Biko.
Shows nothing.
All right. Type in citizen. Let's do a search for citizen on the United States government Constitution.
Shows up 11 times.
Okay. Put in slave.
0.
Put in slavery.
Nothing as well.
Negro.
Nothing as well.
Black.
Nothing.
Colored.
Nothing.
And lastly, African American.
And nothing.
Okay. If you can go ahead and pull up the Treaty of Moultrie Creek, now that we have an understanding of the theory of operation of the United States government through its Constitution, let's do a real live acid test real quick with a treaty, and let's see what we can see or what we can learn from this example. If you go down to that last paragraph in the treaty, Judge Joe Brown, how would you interpret when a treaty says that it's done in the independence of the United States? Nobody from Senate signed this document, so it wasn't voted on. The 2/3 didn't vote on it. President didn't sign it. You only have military officers signing that treaty. Is it safe to say that this is an unlawful and invalid treaty?
No, it's not necessarily invalid as an instrument, but it's not a treaty. See, what goes on is you have a situation where, as a matter of tradition, when you had active combat, active hostilities going on, that became a military district. And the military commander of that district was entitled to issue dictates and orders relative to military operations and administrative matters. As commander-in-chief, what usually happens is the president has the opportunity to issue a superseding order But if one of his commanders orders something, he's not going to necessarily countermand it or even do anything with it. It's kind of sort of, you're in the Army or you're in the Marine Corps, and there is the general, the colonel, the major, the captain, the first lieutenant, second lieutenant, and you're in a platoon, and your platoon sergeant gives you an order. We aren't necessarily going to expect the captain of the company to go back and get involved. There is a standing order. He can countermand it, but you have a subordinate military official, the general. He issues an order. It stands unless his superior, meaning a higher ranking general, or the commander in chief, the president of the United States, issues a countermanding order.
So just for clarification, I'm going to act like I'm in the 3rd grade and I'm going to play dumb just so I can get clarification whether the listeners understand or not. So what you're saying is they can write the word treaty, like this says the Treaty of Moultrie Creek. It is not adhering to jurisprudence of the Constitution where the Senate gets the 2/3 vote and the president gets consent from the Senate. This is strictly a military operation. Are you saying that because there's active battle going on, the military can supersede?
It's not a treaty.
But they're calling it a treaty. Okay, so they'll call
In other words, just because something says it's something doesn't mean it's something.
Okay.
In other words, hey, remember what I said about he's got a Prius and it's black and there's a Rolls Royce over there that's black? He can't just say, I got this Rolls Royce over here. Hell, he still have a Prius. Now, I'll give you an example. Reparations. There was a reparative act that was a military command order issued January 16th, 1865 by General William Tecumseh Sherman. It declared that all colored families could apply and receive 1 army mule and 40 acres of confiscated rebel land.
Mm-hmm.
Sherman's order became operative in the military district he had been assigned authority to. We just talked about the authority of Congress, the authority of the president to appoint subsidiary officers and officials.
Mm-hmm.
Without going through the process. He appoints General Sherman to be in charge of this military district. Sherman actually was confirmed in that position by the U.S. Congress, which has 2 houses under Article 1. One is the House of Representatives, and the other one is the Senate, 2 chambers. And it just happens that to back this up, Sherman's superior, General Ulysses S. Grant, approves it. And Grant's superior, since he has none in the military sense, other than the president, who happens to be Abraham Lincoln, he endorses it. And then the Republican House and the Republican Senate back it up with money. So it's 40 acres and 1 damn mule to every colored family. Okay?
That's a fancy way, Judge Joe Brown. That's a that's a fancy way of not adhering to their own rules and regulations. But I'm with you. Go ahead.
No. So it is adhering to the rules and regulations because it's administrative. What winds up happening is after Lincoln is assassinated and President Johnson, the first Johnson we had as a president, it was a Democrat from Tennessee. He didn't like it. He didn't want his buddies losing their land, the confiscated rebel land. So since this was still a military district where this applied, the 11 former states that were part of the rebel Confederacy, which is the use of the same word, but for representing a different governmental entity, this was a war zone still. They had not become part of the Union again. So what winds up happening is Commander-in-Chief, he issues a superseding military order that just wipes out what Sherman had ordered in his January 16th, 1865 order, which was reparations, and he wiped it out, and we haven't had that since. That was somewhere into July 1865.
Correct. Special Order 15 is what he's referring to for those that are listening. He's getting a little bit ahead, but he already answered the question. This is not a treaty. It can say treaty. However, that's why we say we're prisoners of war, because this was a military operation. And Judge Joe Brown just explained beautifully how the military in war, how they don't have to go through the jurisprudence of the government. They can stay internally within their own command within the military. Am I quoting you? Am I repeating you?
You're getting it there. Now,
Okay.
I'm going to have to plug in something. This was part of my difficulty to get this thing keeping it going. So
Okay.
I'm going to disappear from the screen, but I can still hear you. All
Okay.
right.
Okay. All right. So we got the answer on that one. So if you go to the Treaty of Payne's Landing, Chief Biko, he basically killed two birds with one stone. They say treaty, but they're not treaties. The military has war power to write special field orders or general orders and not have to waste the time for Congress to vote on certain matters. So this treaty also has the same language at the bottom of it. If you go to it, Chief Biko, so the viewers that are watching can see that this is another military document. We're not going to call it treaty anymore, even though it says treaty. And they did cover themselves by saying in the independence of the United States, meaning separate from its Congress and its procedures within the United States Constitution that it's supposed to adhere to. So we will keep it moving. Let's jump right into the 1830 Indian Removal Act. And for those that are listening, this timeline, that Treaty of Mochi Creek would be 1823. This Treaty of Payne's Landing, I believe, is 3 years into the Indian Removal Act. So we're going to back up 3 years and we're going to come back to the Indian Removal Act of 1830. And if you can go to that first paragraph, Chief Biko, and highlight where it says west of the Mississippi River. And so for those that are watching this live and are unfamiliar with what the Indian Removal Act was, or on this channel, we say it never ended. It changes names, but it's never ended. So what we can see is this was a military operation where Americans that resided in the southeast region of North America, they were pushed west of the Mississippi River into what was then called Indian Territory. Later, Indian Territory becomes the state of Oklahoma. So we'll wait till Judge Joe Brown gets back so we can get into the correct operating procedures for this Indian Removal Act. Because to me, it looks like waging war on the people of the land that are east of the Mississippi without declaring war through Congress. They did an internal Indian Removal Act within the United States government and basically surprise attacked the people of the land when you started bum rushing them and moving them west of the Mississippi. Anything y'all want to say? Because we've been building a while, kind of flowing. Anything y'all want to jump in on?
It's a good build, good information. I like the way Judge Joe Brown is kind of making things a little bit more clear from his point of view with everything, but it's flowing really well.
Right. I love how he spoke on the treaty, saying it's not a treaty. And again, just dumbing it back down. General Sherman can't enact a treaty with a group of people being a military leader. So, you know, having Judge Joe Brown back us up with that one and going in depth, that was pretty dope.
I'd agree. I think it definitely opens up some doors, though, in regards to what can be called something, but what it actually is. I know we'll kind of get into that a little bit later. But like you stated, if something can be called a treaty, but in actuality, it's not. I think that's a part of the problems, but hopefully we'll provide some clarity for everybody.
Okay. Judge Joe Brown, let me know when you're situated because I do have a question for you.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. So this Indian Removal Act, this was a military operation as well, where they're moving American Indians that are in the southeast region, west of the Mississippi in the Indian Territory. To my eye, it looks like undeclared war. So two-part question. was the Indian Removal Act ever repealed? And was this a slick way of the United States government not declaring war, but voting on an internal act to sneak attack the Americans on the land to push them west of the Mississippi River?
I would say, reading the Constitution and the general tradition and precedent set up with the United States, it was illegal.
Okay.
I have a personal involvement with that since I have some direct ancestors who died in that. It led to what's known as the Trail of Tears. The person who perpetrated it was a low-down son of a bitch by the name of Andrew Jackson, who came to fame not only with the Battle of New Orleans at the tail end of the War of 1812, which actually was fought after a peace treaty had been signed with the Brits, but it took too long on sailing ship to get back to stop the battle. He commanded the American military forces in what is listed in the present history books as the Seminole Indian Wars, but in the records of the War Department are listed as the Colored Wars. And he had a habit of rounding up the women and children of the Seminole tribe and locking them in wooden stockades, 25, 50, 100 at a time, setting the stockades on fire and burning them to death. He was a homicidal maniac by modern terms, and he enjoyed that. And this thing that he instigated, which was the Indian Removal Act, I strongly question the constitutionality of it. But as we can see right now, there are things that are being done that may not adhere to the Constitution because one administration or another decides to do them, and they have the immediate authority and the power, and it's not exactly exposed to public attention in the same fashion that such things are today.
Thank you for that breakdown, and put a pin, those that are listening. We're going to get back to Judge Joe Brown saying he had blood ancestors on the Trail of Tears. If you can pull up the Indian removal map, Chief Biko, just so the viewers can see what Judge Joe Brown is talking about with the Indian Removal Act. And based on the documents that we've read on this channel, the Indian Removal Act never ended. It just changed names. It went from Indian Removal Act to the Great Migration to eminent domain to gentrification today. When we draw a line through it, it's never stopped as far as the people in the Southeast region of America that are being relocated. Now, Judge Joe Brown, just real quick before I get to the next point, your bloodline that was on the Trail of Tears, what American tribe was your bloodline?
Choctaw.
Okay.
They had, at that time, they had what they had translated into the so-called 5 civilized tribes. Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole. They had written constitutions.
All right. And Judge Joe Brown walks us right into the next segment. If you can pull up the 1866 Choctaw and Chickasaw Indian Treaty, Chief Biko. And so what Judge Joe Brown just said is, well, not just, we're just building Judge Joe Brown. So this is, we're just trying to help our people and educate our people. But his family was on the Trail of Tears. And now what we have up is the 1866 Indian Treaty. So Judge Joe Brown just mentioned 5 civilized tribes. These original people lived east of the Mississippi River. During the Indian Removal Act, which started in 1830, they created new governments west of the Mississippi River. But there are some flaws in what the United States government did by relocating these 5 tribes. I'm going to go on a limb, correct me if I'm wrong, Judge Brown. I believe they consolidated more tribes I believe they consolidated a lot of tribes into those 5 and pushed them into Indian territory. Is it safe for me to say that? Can I say that?
You're about right.
Okay. All right. So For those that are listening, keeping it simple, the original Cherokee were east of the Mississippi. They pushed them west, created a new government for the Cherokee and 4 other tribes: Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole. Can you go to Article 3 of this treaty of the Choctaw and Chickasaw? And if you can go ahead and do a quick find for the word African. Now, what's interesting, Judge Joe Brown, is we have yet to find a government that comes out of the United States government's Congress with the word African. However, the first time we were able to see the word African is on the 1866 Indian Treaty. And we can see here that they were supposed to get 40 acres and a mule and $100 per person. I'm just going to read this real quick. It says, in trust for the said nations until the legislatures of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations respectively shall have made such laws, rules, and regulations as may be necessary to give all persons of African descent resident in the said nation at the date of the Treaty of Fort Smith and their descendants hereto held in slavery among said nations. Stop right there. I don't want you to build on that yet, Judge Joe Brown. Let's go to Article 30 and quick find African, or go to your next African search on this document. I want you to get the full picture, Judge Joe Brown, before you build on it. So if we go to Article 30, we see the word African pops up again for the first time. And this isn't the United States government. This is the Choctaw and Chickasaw governments that we're seeing the word African pop up in. And the second time it pops up in 30, it basically describes the land occupancy for people of African descent. So it says the said persons of African descent mentioned in the 3rd article of the treaty shall make their selections as therein provided in the event of the making of laws, rules, and regulations aforesaid. After the expiration of 90 days from the date at which the Kansas Indians are to make their selections as therein provided, in the actual occupancy of such persons of African descent shall have the same effect in their behalf as the occupancies of the Choctaw and Chickasaw. So basically, they're in 4th place. Choctaw, Chickasaw get land, the Kansas Indians pick their land, and then the people of African descent would get their land. Last point on this, then I want Judge Joe Brown to see the full picture. Go to Article 4 and type in Negro, Chief Biko. And so what we see here is these are different people according to the Choctaw and Chickasaw government. The person of African descent and the Negro are not the same. And this is the first time that we've been able to recognize this. Even though it's not a United States government document, it's a Choctaw and Chickasaw document, but it says the said nations further agree that all Negroes, not otherwise disqualified or disabled, shall be competent witnesses in all civil and criminal suits and proceedings in the Choctaw and Chickasaw courts. So they can move throughout the court system, these Negroes. Any law to the contrary notwithstanding, and they fully recognize the right of the freedmen, here's a different group of people, to a fair remuneration on reasonable and equitable contracts for their labor, which the law should aid them to enforce. So the freedmen can do contracts, the Negro can operate in the court system. That all the laws shall be equal in their operation upon Choctaws, Chickasaws, and Negroes. Now you got the full picture, not trying to put you in any traps. What's your explanation on the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations recognizing that they got African descent people who were slaves, they got Negroes who can operate in their court systems, and then they got freedmen who can contract and do business?
Okay, see, here's the thing. For the American system, your status as a slave was determined by your mother's status. If your mother was a slave, then you were a slave, unless somebody manumitted you or freed you or emancipated you. What happened when some of these slaves escaped, they married Indian women. The Indian women were not slaves. Therefore, the offspring of this union were not considered slaves. You can see that later with the Seminole Indian scouts, where they looked just like ordinary black folk of the era, but they were integrated into the American army. They bivouacked and slept with the white boys, but they did not get segregated like the Buffalo Soldiers did, because their mothers, being Indian women, were not slave women. Then you had those freedmen who had formerly been slaves, who had been freed, and also the Indian nations decided that they would free their slaves. See, they were separate and apart, and if they lived separate and did not pay taxes, they had their own rules and regulations, and they had their own treaties with the United States, now reunified after the Civil War, and they did not end slavery until sometime in 1866, most of them. So that's why you have this distinction right there. You had those who were looked like everybody else, but their mamas were Indian, so they weren't slaves. Then you had those who were slaves because their mothers were slaves, and they escaped or they had been freed, so they were given rights. And then you had those people who had to be emancipated after the Civil War in the 13th Amendment, which came about in 1866, 1865, late 1865. Not late, finally ratified sufficiently to take effect 1865. So you had these three categories of people that looked alike.
I'm gonna ask a dumb question just for clarification and for those that are listening. So the freedmen, according to the, what is it, the Militia Act of 1755, I believe, that freedman term comes from Europe. So there's
an ancient 1,000-year-long history. In Europe, they had serfs, peasants, they had commoners, and then they had landed aristocracy. They were like mafia dons. In fact, there's a direct equivalent between the way the mafia operated in Sicily and then in America with the way feudalism operated. You had the commoners, who were not nobility, but they were possessed of property interest, and at least in England, they were armed regularly. They were the longbowmen that gave the English armies mastery of damn near any battlefield they were involved in. And then you had serfs, and the serfs were below the peasants. The serfs were slaves. They belonged to the land. But they did have a thing in European history that says any serf who escapes and reports into a monastery, a church, and is recorded as having been escaped, if he is still free 1 year and 1 day afterwards, he may report back to the same monastery, same convent, same church, same whatever it may be, and he would be declared free. So there's this concept of freeman that goes back 1,000 years in English history. You have Robin Hood, who was a Saxon lord, and the Normans who came over to England basically enslaved the Saxons. It's interesting that a few hundred years after this happened, the Saxons, who now became the commoners that went over to the New World, they kind of reimposed the whole system that they had been under on the Negroes. And the Negroes were what the Spanish called the people that they had purchased from African representatives to be slaves in the New World, because the Native Americans, the Indians, the Amerins refused to be slaves. They'd starve themselves and die rather than engage in slave activity. It's an interesting way of looking at life compared to what you get brought in as Negroes from Africa. So these things were important. Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I'm just saying, you have this thing with the concept of the freedman, you have the concept of the emancipated slave, and you have the concept of the person who had been the slave. And then you had the concept of the person who never was a slave because the slave ancestor had escaped, but the individual in question was born to a free woman, an Indian woman, so he never was a slave. So what did you do about him? That's where you get these distinctions in the internal treaties that the Indian nations had amongst themselves and within their Indian nation government.
Great explanation. And what's interesting about this, Judge Joe Brown, is due to reconstructed history, they leave out the European slave.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You said that's what's interesting is they leave out the peasantry or the serf, as you call them. They just omit all those immigration records of those people being financed and sent over here. And
yeah,
thank you for breaking that down, because again, we're talking about stuff you're not going to learn in school. So salute to you, Judge Joe Brown, for.
Let me bring something forward on this. Article 1 says every 10 years there shall be a census, the purpose of which is primarily to determine apportionment of representatives in the House, the chamber known as the House in the U.S. Congress. Congress is not the House of Representatives, it's the House and Senate both together. Right. It says for purposes of this apportionment, 3/5 of all persons held in slavery or involuntary servitude shall be counted toward that number. Something you might want somebody to do is look up Samuel Hinckley, Hinkley. Samuel Hinckley was part of this 3/5. But interestingly enough, he had 7 descendants who became U.S. presidents, one who became a U.S. vice president, and one who was a candidate for vice president and governor of Alaska. The governor of Alaska, the vice president, and 3 of the presidents of the United States of America, who were descendants of this Samuel Hinckley, were all alive at the same time. That was George Herbert Walker Bush, president of the United States, George Walker Bush, president of the United States, Barack Obama, who was president of the United States, through his mother's father, his grandfather on the maternal side, was first cousin to President George Herbert Walker Bush. Both of them were nephews of George Herbert Walker, who founded Halliburton. And Dick Cheney, the vice president, was there, alive at the same time. And when Barack Obama ran for president against John McCain's co-candidate for vice president was Sarah Palin, governor of Alaska, who was also a family member and a niece of George Herbert Walker. So there you have nieces and nephews, Sarah Palin, George Herbert Walker Bush, George Walker Bush, Barack Obama, and you had Dick Cheney, who were all descendants of this Samuel Hinckley, late of Cape Cod, who was part of the 3/5 to be counted toward apportionment of that number.
Great explanation, Judge. I want to get through my section, so I'm going to try to make it a little bit more concise so the other ones can get to their portions. Let's go to Article 43 of this same treaty, where we're going to get into with regard to the Europeans, since Judge Joe Brown has built on that elaborately. Now we're going to make that come alive under Article 43. All right, type in European, or they may call them white. White. Okay, Article 43. The United States promise and agree that no white person, except officers, agents, and employees of the government and of any internal improvement company or persons traveling through or temporarily sojourning in the said nations, or either of them, shall be permitted to go into said territory. So we can see that they're banning white people in this treaty, unless you are an officer traveling through, or you were on some type of you were working for an internal improvement company. So that goes in line with what Judge Joe Brown was just building on, that part of the story when they reconstructed history is they left out the European that was the slave. And so we brought that into the equation tonight as we move forward.
Well, there's another category too. This included a significant number. The tribes adopted people.
Correct. That's the next point.
Yeah, and then the next one goes on to teachers, mechanics, or persons skilled in agriculture or other things that might be of help, and it does not prevent the legislative authority of the respective tribes from bringing on board people who have a certain expertise that might be of assistance.
Great catch. You're one step ahead. Great catch. Now, can you do a quick search on this document before we lay this one down? Can you search for the word Civil War on this treaty? All right. Can you type in the word rebellion?
That's 6
Okay.
minutes.
All right. So what we want to show the people that are watching this, and that's why we laid down the foundation with the United States Constitution and the Iroquois Confederacy. We know who the real Confederacy government is. It's the people of the land. The people in the United States government's public office also knew that. And with the power of the pen, they tell you there was a civil war, but in writing, they know that their European who rebelled could not create a separate government. You're not going to find the word civil war in any federal act. They're all going to use the word rebellion. That's the last point that I wanted to show on this as we go to the 1887 Dawes Act. And then I'm almost finished with my portion of it. You good, Judge Joe Brown? You good, Judge Joe Brown?
There's a long period of English history involved in this. You had civil war amongst the people who lived in England. You had that way back 1,500 years ago, 1,400 years ago. You had Anglos, well, not Anglos, you had basically the Celts were dealing with what they wound up dealing with the Angles, who were Scandinavian. You dealt with what happened when the Saxons came in. Now they call them Anglo-Saxons, but at one time they were blood feuding, deadly enemies. You had a situation where you had lots of people killing each other for all kinds of reasons. And interestingly enough, they get over it and they start being unified. So you had this tradition of civil wars involved where people who live in the same area are fighting each other. You had one that happened when the Normans came in. And if you've ever watched this series, Vikings, you get into that, where the Norsemen come down and they invade France, and then they put the Norsemen in Normandy, Northman's land. And then the Normans come over to England and whip the behinds of the Saxons. And then that's a civil war when William the Conqueror comes in 1066 and he conquers England. Then you have the thing that leads up to, well, King John got very many rebellions against him, and the Magna Carta gets signed as a result of what amounts to civil war. And then you fast forward to the Wars of the Roses, and you get a kingdom for a horse that is celebrated in Shakespeare, when you get the royal houses and the alliances having a civil war. And then you get another one with Oliver Cromwell, who winds up becoming the Lord Protector of England after they have a civil war that deposes the King of England, and then the Restoration, and this goes on. So you have civil wars all over the place. What happened in Russia during World War I? You get a civil war that winds up with the Soviet Union being established when the communists come in and take over from Tsarist Russia. You get a civil war in China when Chiang Kai-shek is thrown out and Mao Zedong imposes what he does on China. You get a civil war going when Fidel Castro throws Batista out of Cuba.
Gotcha.
You have the Civil War with what happens in the U.S. between 1861 and 1865. Interestingly, I'll touch on this briefly. I don't know if it's going to be relevant, but prior to the American Civil War, when you said United States of America, you took it as a plural. The language would be the United States of America are entering into a treaty with France. After the Civil War, it became a singularity, which we still operate on today. The United States of America is entering into a treaty with France. So there is an interesting distinction between a clear understanding that you're talking about sovereign nations that are small but become powerful when they unify together, just like the Euro Union is today, with a common money, with a common set of customs, with a common set of trade and free access, and no need for border checkpoints to go from one to the other. The Euro Union is still looked at as separate states, but until the American Civil War, the United States was looked at, the United States were looked at, not was looked at. So this is an important distinction in what happened. So when you have the Civil War, you have here the language in these Indian Native American documents. They call it a rebellion, which is exactly what it is. It is a rebellion against lawful authority, which sometimes, if it wins, becomes the new lawful authority. If
Correct.
it does not, it's usually characterized as a civil war. But this is a separate sovereign entity, the Choctaw and the Chickasaw. And what's going on with them is, as far as they're concerned, they're looking at a foreign rebellion that did not succeed.
Correct. For those that are listening, hopefully you're appreciating Judge Joe Brown's elaborate breakdown. I want to be a little bit more concise with you, Judge Joe Brown, as I get ready to land my plane on my portion of it for everybody else's concern. But right now, what we've learned is the United States government will use the word treaty, and it's not a treaty. The United States government will also use the word civil war, but there'll be no record of a civil war declared, and they will not even put it in writing. They will use rebellion. I want to land my portion of segregation, which is where we are in this bill. We're talking segregation. We're looking at one segregation that is really never talked about amongst our people. And so the Dawes Act of 1887, if you can be concise, Judge Brown, for those listeners, the Dawes Roll and the Dawes Act, is your family on the Dawes Roll? I think you said you're Choctaw by blood. So does that mean you have a Dawes Roll record that your ancestor is on? Is that how you know 100% that you're Choctaw by blood? Or is it just a
I met my grandmother. She was Choctaw. We talked.
Okay.
And
so she's
also,
on
at one time, I knew the names, but it's been 70 years ago. Hell, I don't remember, but it was written down somewhere in the family records. And I got taken and enrolled, I think, when I was 2 and again in 4 years old, down at the Choctaw Tribal Council meeting in Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But yes.
Can you stop sharing your screen, Chief Biko, momentarily? Just for the viewers that are watching, what we want to do is we want to, because most people, Judge Joe Brown, have no idea when we're talking Dawes Roll. So basically, this is a Cherokee by blood Dawes Roll. And so what you're saying is your family is on the Choctaw, correct?
Yes.
All right. So for those that are listening who have never done the genealogy in their family, they don't even know who their family is. They're just going with what they're taught in school, that we all came on a ship packed like sardines. What would you explain to somebody about this role? And my second part of that question is, how can you trace an ancestor back to a Dawes Roll that could be Choctaw by blood in your case? So you're Choctaw by blood, how do you get reclassified into a racial classification like Negro, black, color? What would be your explanation of how that happened? How you know your bloodline, but you still end up getting reclassified?
Well, that's a convenience to establish this thing called slavery. As I said, your slave status was determined by your mother's status, not your father's. Technically, if your father was a slave and your mother was a free person, you weren't a slave. But they weren't going to let that happen much. So that becomes the determinative, which gets into a whole lot of why it looks crazy and why the percentage of Negro, colored, or black in you became of importance. There is something else that should be of consideration. Every one of the 11 states that became part of the states in rebellion, known as the American Confederacy, outside of the Indian or the Iroquois Confederacy, every single one of them had laws on the books up until about the early 1930s that said if you had no more than a certain percentage of known colored ancestry, you were entitled by law to a declaration of Caucasian status. Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, it was 1/4. Tennessee, it was 1/8. Virginia, 1/8. Louisiana, 1/16. That was because the white guys lost a lot of their heirs in the Civil War, which is a rebellion, and they wanted somebody to inherit their properties so the properties would not escheat to the states, which means go back to the state from which all title flows. Mm-hmm. So they had these rules where you could be declared to be white if you had no more than the requisite colored ancestry. After that, mid-1930s, the laws started saying if you have any known colored ancestry, you will be declared colored for purposes of these statutes. Now, why is this term rebellion important? You've heard this thing about the rebellion, January 6, 1920, 1980? No. 2021, January 6th. The language keeps getting batted around of rebellion. Why is that? Because the Constitution makes an exception as to its rules. It says the writ of habeas corpus, which is a way of enforcing constitutional rights, and through that, the Bill of Rights, and also due process of law as established by the Bill of Rights for the U.S. government and by the 14th Amendment for the state governments. There is a way of defeating that if a rebellion or an invasion is active and is in occurrence. So you see the propagandistic engines of the mainstream media casting what happened January 6th as a rebellion, which it was not, because there was no armed rebellion, there was no civil war, there was no uprising where there was an exchange of armed hostilities. But they're putting it out, telling a lie long enough and loud enough so the public gets acclimated to thinking of January 6th, 2021 as a rebellion, so they will get used to the idea that when somebody starts trying to abrogate the Bill of Rights and due process of law and engage in what has been termed most recently lawfare, they will be accustomed to it and not blink. But that's why you have this term rebellion rather than civil war, because it is a term of art used in the Constitution itself.
Before I turn the mic over, Judge Joe Brown, if you can just give me a short answer to, did your family have heirs property land through your Choctaw side of the family? Did you have heirs property land in your family?
Yes.
Okay.
Matter of fact, there's a college a historical black college and university in Jackson, Tennessee. It's known as Lane College.
That college is on your heirs' property.
Yeah, 1/3 of the land the college is built in, my grandmother donated to Lane College. It was interesting. They kept approaching her about buying it, and she said she was not going to give it to any colored because they needed to have engaged in a rebellion themselves and gotten free instead of being slaves, and she was not going to help anybody out of pity. When they put it to her later, that they wanted them to be more qualified to be free people and control their own destinies and lives. They asked her again, would she sell it? She says, since you put it that way, I won't sell it, but I'll give it to you. So 1/3 of the land is built on properties that she donated to the institution. My grandfather, who was married to her, became physician for the college. I had a aunt who became head librarian, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I do have a connection, and property was donated. There is a lot of land that the tribes owned that some select members of the tribe acquired. So yes,
Thank
I
you.
had a direct ancestor who was ancestor of one of my more recent ancestors who died on that Trail of Tears under the Indian Removal Act mess. And I had ancestral uncle and an ancestral aunt who also died on that thing.
Thank you for my time in this section. Listeners, this section of it, if you didn't learn anything else, do your genealogy. Your family may be on the Dawes roll. You may be heir to property. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Quietwater so she can get to the second half of segregation. Thank you, Joe Brown, for that bill. I'll see you on the next side.
One other thing, too, there's a way you can get into it. If you ask them to do it, if you get into Ancestry.com, they can help you research through tax rolls, census records, and ancient records, burial records, your family history. And if you get into AncestryDNA.com, they can tell you where you came from if you ask them to get into it, when they came from, what your migratory patterns were, what your African ancestry was about, whether you had any ancestors in Spain, Portugal, Germany, Russia, the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Irish, Scotch, or whatever it is, Italy, they can tell you. And interestingly enough, I'll tell you another thing that is surprising a lot of Black Americans. They are finding that they have very recent Chinese ancestry.
Chinese. Well, that makes sense because west of the Mississippi River, you had Angel Island, which was the immigration path for people coming from Asia. That makes sense.
More recently than that.
Okay.
After the rebellion, the Southern Railway network was a shambles. They brought in all of these coolies from China in the late 1865s, and there was no Chinese nookie, so they got freed slave nookie.
Okay. Out of respect, I'm going to pick back up with you in the 1968 portion, but I'm going to let Chief Quietwater do her bill real quick. Y'all give me about 3 minutes. Thank you, Judge Joe Brown. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Definitely. That was a great build. A lot of information. Thank you so much. So I'm going to kind of touch on the 1968 Indian Rights Act more detailed in regards to the Fair Housing Act. So I just wanted to kind of touch base on that. The Fair Housing Act is Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act, which was put in force literally a week prior to King being killed. The most important point in that part of the Civil Rights Act, is how they defined family. Let me see if I can share my page. Well, I really don't need to, honestly.
I got
So
you.
how you got
I-
it? Okay. It's in section 802, subsection 6, how they describe family in the Fair Housing Act is that family includes a single person, and that's under section 802C of the Title 8. And this is how basically the woman became the head of the household. This act here basically is how the trajectory of our family was kind of destroyed, the American family, because of this particular act right here. We basically went from our grandparents being under military intense occupation, not being able to eat in restaurants, having to use the green book to travel, lynchings in the public, not being able to drink out the same water fountains, and the list goes on. We had the Vietnam War. So men were being drafted right out of high school, basically leaving women and children at home. So that's probably how they came up with the term family as being a single individual. And basically, it forced the woman to then lean right back on that same system that warred against us and had been warring against us for so long, which basically placed us in dwellings known as projects and ghettos and things of that nature. And basically, just to tie in with what Chief Alligator and Judge Joe Brown talked about in regards to the Indian Removal Act, that's pretty much equivalent to what is now known as gentrification and how we're being pushed out of our neighborhoods and things of that nature. So Judge Joe Brown, and you, from your insight, do you have any insight on the Fair Housing Act and how it basically affected us as a whole, our family unit?
Anytime you have an independent human or a group of humans living in one structure or under one roof or in a cave or in a tent, the easy way to deal with that is to consider it a family. I believe this thing in the following section also designates as a family corporate units and such business entities as may be formed. So corporations under the 14th and 15th Amendment are classified as individuals. And in fact, this act also extends all and full rights to corporate entities and business collaborations. So the use of family is a term of art. It's like rebellion or civil war, Confederacy, Republic, or what might you want to say?
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's a good explanation. And so basically the women, thought it was a good ideal to, lean on the government, but it really led to bigger issues that was
Well,
further weaponized against the man and the family as a whole.
You see that right now there is this sense of entitlement that has led to dependency.
Mm-hmm.
One of the problems with what's going on right now is if you can do it, can't anybody take it away from you?
Mm-hmm.
If you have power, you have an independence that is implied in the power, so you are not dependent upon somebody. The biblical reference would be, or inference would be, you can feed a man a fish or teach him to fish so he can feed himself. And if you keep the man always dependent on being fed or the person on being fed, they'll never develop any independence and they always will be beholden. If you bestow freedom on someone, that person is always subject to having that gift revoked and being reverted back to a condition of not being free. If you get your own freedom by your own means and your own efforts, you will not be subject to having it revoked, because persons will understand that even if you lost the battle, it was a vigorous thing that inflicted consequence.
Right.
So that is something that the Native American, the Indian, understood that colored never did. My grandmother used to say, you colored people get angry all the time when white folk mess with you. We took their scalps and nailed them to the lodge pole, and we smiled inwardly.
Wow. Wow. Interesting. So that further led to, you know, bigger issues like I was mentioning in regards to
Yes, it did.
weaponizing our men. You know, we have now the school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, and that basically is due to what women consented to back in the 60s and 70s, having to do with
Yes.
yes.
The intention was, see, here's what's going on. Civil rights was dead by 1965. All of the laws necessary to implement full civil rights were now in place. The actualization became something else. And by 1965, we had the initiation of a series of, some people call them riots, other people call them uprisings. And it was burn, baby, burn, not we shall overcome. We shall overcome was dead.
Right.
What winds up happening is the Johnson administration, Congress, House, and Senate were very concerned about burn, baby, burn, because the amount of damage being done to American cities was commensurate to what the U.S. Army Air Force was doing to Nazi Germany and then Japan in World War II. So they didn't want that. So they come up with these things to make it a nation where this anger, this hostility did not exist. The Kerner Report. But we have enterprising people, and you had a very close analogy between what was happening in public housing at the time and what went on on the slave plantation. The sexual interactions were the same as on a slave plantation. There was very little concern with family, but mostly breeding and sexual activity. Here you made sexual activity profitable because you got a check based on the number of babies you had, where the number of babies that you had became a source of income rather than you needing income to support the babies that misfortune had left without a visible means of income. It was very poisonous. And I don't think anybody intended the consequences. It was just ingenuity on behalf of the people that were eligible that led to this.
Okay.
But stuff like you're looking at right here with the declaration, as you say, single person could be declared a household, and that would lead into single parent head of household, or simply a single individual in a household would become a family unit for purposes of this act.
Gotcha. And I
It's
just
a
have
very interesting way you put it, by the way. That's kind of novel. I hadn't heard anybody put it that way before.
okay. Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions in regards to the Fair Housing Act in regards to what is your insight or what is your thoughts on, like, a lot of the metropolitan cities are now putting out their affordable housing. Would you consider that basically the same setup as it was back then in regards to how they're pushing affordable housing in metro inner cities?
Not quite.
Okay.
I could buy whiskey the same year that this act was put into place. All right.
Okay.
I remember 1968 quite well. What was going on with public housing prior to its evolution into what it is becoming right now was the slave plantation. In fact, a close friend of mine who was head of admissions to public housing in the Memphis area, and I did a study, and we found out that almost 90% of the people who were in family units that had been in public housing for 4 generations or more were descendants of former slaves who lived on plantations where they had 200 or more slaves on that plantation. One of the methodologies of slavery, in fact, its most important methodology, was to put the elements of slavery into the slave's culture. So he would teach enslavement to himself or herself or to their families is part of their socialization and acculturation process. In other words, you'd raise your children to be good slaves without realizing that's what you were doing.
Judge Joe Brown, can I interject real quick? And I apologize. We have jumped ahead of the timeline. For people that are listening to this, we can't talk about the 1968 Indian Rights Act without first getting into the 1964, 65, and the King assassination. So I do apologize. I just want to interject that if we can get back on the timeline schedule.
Okay, well, we were talking about that, but if you want to get to the Civil Rights Act, it's very interesting. That was from Lyndon Baines Johnson. Lyndon Baines Johnson was an interesting person.
Hold on before we go there, Judge, respectfully. If we can just drop in right around the commission to study in 1957, prior to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Chief Biko is going to engage in some questions with that. I just didn't want to get into 68 without walking everybody through, because we don't learn this in school. That's the only thing. That's the only reason I wanted to just stop.
Okay, I was just going to talk about the 64 Civil Rights Act, and the interesting thing about it, it's not really a Civil Rights Act. It's a military act, and I'll get into that later. The 57 one was an interesting one.
Perfect. And that's why I'm going to jump in here. This is Chief Biko there, Judge. And, I just kind of wanted to start, I guess, with Thurgood Marshall. We all know about if you don't know about the Board of Education, Brown versus Board of Education, I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the role that Thurgood kind of played within the civil rights, and also what impact he had on your life as far as becoming a judge, if any.
Well, when I never wanted to be a judge. That wasn't one of my ambitions. I didn't even want to be a lawyer. I had some other things. Mr. Thurgood Marshall, His Honor Thurgood Marshall, Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, was also known as Mr. Baseball. Why? Because whenever he showed up with part of this campaign to start setting the precedents that led to Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, he always required that his invitees provide him with a Louisville Slugger in case he had to beat somebody across the head who wanted to get too ugly with him. He wanted a short barrel 12-gauge shotgun, a riot gun. He preferred Model 12 Winchesters and 1897 Winchesters, and a 25-round box of double-aught buckshot. That was Thurgood Marshall. He took no nonsense, and he had an interesting theory, which I heard him elaborate upon in a lecture 50-some years ago. What he said was, before they came up with the Civil Rights Acts, prior to Brown v. Board of Education in 1954 and this one in 1957, there were no laws outside of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which were just general concepts, not specific, that dealt with civil rights. So what he did is embarked on a theory to set up the precedents, if not the actual statutes, and he relied on the SPCA laws, the Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And his theory is if you can't do it to a dog, you can't do it to a Negro. And he got or took advantage of Jews who financed a lot of Black activity, because the theory became, if you can't do it to a Negro, you can't do it to a Jew. And he expanded that on, if you can't do it to a dog, you can't do it to a Negro, you can't do it to a Jew. So that secured the economic basis for what happened with the civil rights actions and the act, or the Brown v. Board of Education situation that led to all of the acts after that. You had veterans who weren't going to put up with anything because they had risked death fighting Germans and Japanese and Italians and Koreans, and they simply weren't going to put up with things. They didn't get involved in the civil rights acts or civil rights protest much because they weren't into peaceful nonviolence. Their thing was lift a hand to me and you might not bring it back. But there were those factors that glamorized civil rights activities of peaceful nonviolence, which did not include a lot of Black Americans nor Native Americans, because there were other ways of doing these things. But I exceed myself.
No, I definitely appreciate you expounding on that. It sounds to me that Thurgood was about that life as far
Okay,
as.
I'll give you one last example here,
Go ahead.
just to explain. We all think of Rosa Parks as not going to the back of the bus, right? She peacefully submitted to arrest, and there were several other ladies who got arrested for not moving to the back of the bus, and they picked her as the figurehead because she had a pretty decent background. Have we ever heard of Jackie Robinson, the baseball player?
Yes.
He got into baseball because he refused to move to the back of the bus in 1943. He was in Texas, where the 761st Armored Battalion was located, which was all Black. He was a captain. He had gone to UCLA, where he played football and ran track. He held the American record for the 100-yard dash and the 220-yard dash. Fastest man in America. He had eclipsed Jesse Owens. He played football. He was a halfback for UCLA. Never played baseball at all. He became in charge of morale for the 761st Armored Battalion, and he put in place some softball games. Well, one particular day, he was officer of the day, and what happened is he was replaced as evening officer by a colleague. The colleague had his wife come visit. So Jackie Robinson, Captain Robinson, still in uniform, still with his 45 strapped on, he escorted the man's wife home, took a taxi. When he came back, he took the bus. They told him to remove himself to the back of the bus. He refused, and during the course of his court-martial, he wound up confronted by the Texas Rangers, local yokels, and some MPs. The testimony was he pulled his 45 out, jacked around in the chamber, and said, "Some MF is going to die tonight besides me." So eventually somebody from his battalion showed up and he surrendered to them. He was court-martialed but acquitted. And at that point, because he had injured his ankle playing football, he then waived his waiver of physical injury, which would have given him an exemption from service, and he resigned. He asked somebody what to do. They said, "Well, why don't you go down and deal with joining up with the Negro leagues?" And he said, "Well, I don't play baseball." I said, "But Captain, anytime you come to bat, everybody backs up and you're the fastest man in America. Can't anybody run the bases like you?" So Jackie Robinson wound up being a baseball player, for which he's known, because he wouldn't move to the back of the bus. And he pulled his 45 out and was ready to die right there on the scene. It wasn't peaceful. It was not nonviolent. But you see, we don't hear that because nobody wanted that dialogue to come up with. Jackie Robinson had a short fused to his temper. He could fight. And you ever heard of John Connors, the actor that played the rifleman, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, it was a popular series, a Western series. Well, Conyers was a baseball player on the Dodgers. And one time they beamed Jackie. They deliberately hit him. Jackie is going out to the mound to punch this dude in the jaw. Jackie was a powerful man. So Conyers ran out of the bullpen and knocked the white boy out. Thereafter, he became Robinson's bodyguard because Jackie Robinson had a short temper. Conyers became the rifleman, and Jackie was pushed as a peaceful man, and what he did that was not nonviolent was suppressed because certain other figures felt that would hurt the so-called nonviolent civil rights movement. I'll pass it back to you.
Judge O'Brien, I cannot let you skip over something. You touched on a lot of points. You said the Civil Rights Acts started from military law. Can't let you come on back to that.
That's 1964. I thought we were going to 57.
Right, but
1964. Okay, Lyndon Baines Johnson was an interesting character.
How was it military? How was it military law for the?
Here's what he did. Kennedy introduced a very lukewarm Civil Rights Act. It didn't do much of anything, but Johnson was, when he became president, he withdrew Kennedy's act and introduced a much stronger one. And he was known with his 6'4" going on 6'5" self for leaning with an elbow on a shorter man's shoulder and punching him in the chest with his finger and said, "Look, last year I told you you could do what you want with the Negroes, but this year, damn it, you're going to give them what they want. And I'll make you look like a commie-loving bastard if you vote against this." What he did was brilliant. He introduced it as a military preparedness bill. It says in the preamble, whereas the United States of America is engaged in a life or death struggle throughout the world with the forces of totalitarianism and communism, and whereas the armed services are the first line of defense, and whereas the military has long been integrated, et cetera, he talked with a lot of whereases that the base commanders could not control the conditions that impacted the military personnel, including guess who, and their families. So be it resolved that this Civil Rights Act is necessary to ensure that the morale of all of the troops of the United States Armed Forces are not diminished. So the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is actually a military bill.
And that actually proves our prisoner of war status, Judge Joe Brown, because—
Well, no, not so much prisoner of war. It's that the armed services, thanks to Executive Order 1981, signed by Harry Truman in 1947, had been integrated. So when a good percentage of your armed forces are feeling discriminated against, their morale is lowered because of the discriminatory treatment they received, as a method of keeping the morale high, you needed the civil rights bill so that the base commanders had something to rely upon to keep a good percentage of their troops, sailors, and airmen from being discriminated against, and reducing their morale and the ability of the armed services to cope with worldwide totalitarianism and communism. That's the way it was presented.
That's a very nice way of saying, due to, from a procedural standpoint within Congress, because legislatively Congress never recognized this group of people who are not on the DAWS roll, so they're not recognized by their bloodline. They're given a racial classification, which would be Negro in this time of 1963. Is that correct, Judge Joe Brown?
Yes.
And so
it was colored, Negro, and then in a couple of years, it started morphing in 1965, going into 66 to black. then it went Afro-American, then Black. Well, all nine went African-American, now Black again. Now, you have to understand something about Lyndon Baines Johnson. He was having an affair with a Black White House secretary. Years later, I met a son that he had by this secretary. The son was born in 1966, looks just like him, except there was a slight suntan. He had another son born to a woman named Marie Brown. She was white, no relation to mine, but I knew her, and she introduced me to both boys, the one born to her in 1965 and the one born to the Black White House secretary in 1966. So Johnson is an interesting character. He set up a school in Texas when he was a young man to teach literacy to Black and brown people. A sheriff killed his pet dog and he became pissed about it, and he decided to run for political office. He and his buddies organized the Black and brown people, registered them to vote, and then on election day took them in the various pickup trucks they had and took them to vote, and that's how he won his first office. He was very succinct when he had the first State of the Union message in 1964 after he succeeded Kennedy, who was assassinated. He said he was going to represent all of America, and that what he was going to do essentially was going to shock some people. So he started pushing civil rights, and it was pushed by the Kerner Commission's report that there was a problem in the country that resulted in baby burns starting in 1964, 65, 66, where it wasn't anymore, we shall overcome, and you're marching, holding hands. It's like, you want a piece of this, you about to get it.
Chief Biko, I'll circle back to that. Go ahead with the rest of your questions. I just wanted to drill down on that, Judge Joe Brown. I apologize for cutting Chief Biko's bill.
No, you're all good, and thank you again, dear Judge, for answering that question and just highlighting those individuals and their real character versus what's being told to us, through the media as well as school. I'm actually going to circle back to just a few images, because I know we was talking about segregation, and I know before we jumped into the Civil Rights Acts, we were talking about the migration, or basically the Indian Removal Act. And I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on this image here. So it's basically the migration patterns coming basically in the 1915 to 1970s. And it's kind of similar to those Indian removal maps that we showed earlier. And I know you said your family, believe you said you grew up in Los Angeles area. So I kind of wanted to see, like, what is your thoughts on these?
That's about the way it worked.
Okay.
The earlier darker green stuff of the earlier migration. See, you get these Western territories, you get the Mexican-American War, 1848, you wind up with California being liberated, so to speak, from Mexico, and it becomes a state in 1851. It has an interesting constitution. That's 10 years before the Civil War or the rebellion started. And in it, it specifically mentions color. Interestingly enough, in the context of the University of California, which says in its context, it is an institution to develop leadership. And it says, whereas our colored brethren so recently escaped from slavery, and with relatives who are still slaves, they have a need to develop leadership. Therefore, we set up the University of California to teach them leadership and excellence so that they can lead their people. They talk about the Chinese and talk about their being subjugated to tongs and oppression and their need for leadership. They talk about the Mexicans, and they talk about the Mexican gangs that are oppressing them and the need for leadership and industry, academia, science, literature, business, and within the impacted communities. So they talk about the need for the colored to have the opportunity to do things. And California became a destination for a lot of Black people because it never allowed official segregation. So it was a different kind of experience, but it had a lot of unofficial segregation. And I remember when I was a kid in elementary school, I had a paper route, and there were a couple of places I went through where they said no colored, no Irish either, strangely enough.
Let me ask you a question, Judge Joe Brown, on this map. We know there was a military operation with the Indian Removal Act, and then there's that silent generation, which that timeline, they're saying 1915, but we could basically say 1900 to 1970. Because we're not on code as a group of people, and we don't internally have our own business meetings, why don't we account for all the towns lost and all the damage that was done doing what they call the Great Migration, when you're really running people out of towns, putting towns underwater, burning towns, the military was damming up our towns? Why is it that we didn't account for that going into the Civil Rights Acts? Why didn't we do forensic accounting and say, okay, before we integrate, you got to repair us and make us whole while we integrate? It seems like we integrate.
You touched on an important point. It wasn't a matter of why don't you make us whole. See, that is a trap we saw coming way back when, which is why nobody was in on this asked to be made whole. If somebody gives it to you, they can take it back. If you do it yourself, nobody can touch it. James Brown touched on just get out my way and I'll do it myself. That was what we did. See, there's another thing going. Let's take one of the aspects where there's a duality to it. Black Wall Street got destroyed, right? That's what they say. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the native tribes, they owned all of the property rights. Nobody Black in Tulsa, Oklahoma owned any property rights. They rented. So when you talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, you're talking about the entire population of what became known as Black Wall Street, the Black population. They rented from the Native American population, the Indian population. So what winds up happening is it was not cool for the Indian tribes because they lost a lot of rentals when you ran these Black folk out, when you decided to go through lynching of you.
Let me play dumb with you, Judge Joe Brown. When it comes to Tulsa, who was over the jurisdiction of Tulsa? Was it a nation of the 5 civilized tribes or the United States government? That's my first question.
In other words, what's going on is members of the 5 civilized tribes were the landlords.
Okay, so if they're the landlords, and according to their treaty, there is no Black, they only recognize Negro and people of African descent. So how could they get Tulsa, Oklahoma victims, to use your example, how could they get them caught up in a quagmire of Black when their supreme law of the land never recognized Black?
Well, Negro is a term of art. Remember what we just looked at? Treaty. It's not a treaty. It says treaty. It's the same thing. Negro came. See, Negro came from this.
They lying, Judge Joe Brown. Keep it real. They lying. They can't.
Well, hold on. Let's get to how this happened. Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh, favorites of Queen Elizabeth. She was sticking them, even though she was the Dowager Queen, right? And they had letters of marque, which made them legitimate pirates. So they would raid the Spanish trading routes, and they would seize these ships loaded down with what the Spanish called Negroes. And they would take the Negroes and sell them to the Spanish colonies for way below market price, and they'd make a lot of money. And then in 1619, they brought some to Virginia, and said, we have a load of Spanish Negroes. And that's where you get the term Negro, which was what the Spanish called their African slaves. That's how the whole terminology Negro gets imported into the English usage, because Negro in Spanish just means black, noir en français. So
what you're basically saying is during the Great Migration, when they were running us off our land from the South and we were running Midwest and west of the Mississippi, what you're saying is because you're black, we're just going to use that word and it's not recognized by this government. All the damage that was done to this people, basically, you just have to charge it to the gang?
No. What did,
so how do you get
what did your Indians do that the Negroes did not do?
Well, they're one and the same, correct? Because the people that didn't go to the new 5 civilized tribes, they didn't.
Okay, hold on. We touched on it earlier. Freedmen, those who were free, those who were part of the tribe, who did not have slaves for mothers, so they couldn't be freed because there was no need to free them. Those who escaped. You see, what happens is that when you get those who did not need to be freed because they weren't slaves in the first place, what is it that those people did that the ones who had the slave ancestry that counted, the slave mothers that established their status as slaves needing to be freed, what did they not do compared to the ones that didn't need it?
That's a trick question because you're being moved by a foreign military. So it's just by
no, that's not the point. They did what everybody else did that is respected by this country, even if there are hostilities between them. See, those that needed to be freed from slave status did not have wars against the United States, either directly or by their kinfolk. Those who needed to be freed did not have ancestors across some water who fought wars against the United States. See, you got Germans that kicked behind World War I, World War II. You got Japanese who, sure enough, did in Pearl Harbor and scared the hell out of folk with kamikazes and Bushido and banzai charges.
You're saying we didn't fight?
Have the Spanish-American War, Mexican-American War. You've got Indians, the tribes who took scalps. Now they name trains and places after Indians, the nations. What did they name after Negroes, black folk, Afro-Americans, African-Americans? Booker T. Washington School and Martin Luther King Boulevard.
So are you saying they didn't fight? And I don't.
They did not fight.
Okay.
Now, 50, 40, 45 years ago, I used to run into old white boys. Lloyd Brown, I don't mean no insult, but you know what's wrong? Why there's no good relations with the black man or the Negro man and a white man? You all ain't never fought. White folk will kick each other's butts, bloody each other up, beat the crap out of each other behind the roadhouse, shake hands, and become best friends for life. Goddamn crowd shot me twice at the Battle of Bulge, but I'll be damned, I got a goddamn Mercedes-Benz in my driveway and a Volkswagen too. And my brother was on EO, got shot once. And goddamn, we got a damn Toyota sitting up in the driveway. Negroes ain't never had no fight with no white folk. Don't deserve no respect. They ain't got nothing against no damn American Indians. Hell, they took scalps. And goddamn, they some badasses. I'm talking about I was in the goddamn 101st Airborne. And when I jumped out of goddamn airplanes over Normandy, we was hollering Geronimo. See how that goes?
as bad as I hate to admit what you're saying, and Chief Biko, jump on in, and you can move forward with your bill. I can look at 2024 and look at all the killings and the murders that's been going on with our people, and I have to agree that there's no bucking us. That there's literally nothing that a group of people can't do to the quote unquote Negro, Black, colored, or Afro American. There's nothing that's making us stand up. So I hear what you're saying, but at the higher level,
We shall overcome. Someday, goddamn, some days been here and gone for damn near 3/4 of a goddamn century. You think the tribes would put up with that shit? No, excuse my language. They don't. Never did. They took a scalp, nailed it to the damn lodge pole, and they smiled. And they had treaties because we were dangerous.
Chief Biko, you're on mute, but go ahead with your bill.
Now I was gonna jump back to where we said we wanted to start again with the Negro book. That's cool. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, perfect.
We talking about this migration pattern.
Got you. I'm going to show this here. I know you touched on your travels and things of that nature. Just kind of wanted to get a quick answer.
Green book.
Yeah, did you ever use this or any family
Oh,
members?
hell yes. But usually the ones that you got also had that Sinclair dinosaur at the top because Sinclair Oil used to sell them. Anytime we went someplace, my old man would buy them. I think they were 35 cents, something like that when we bought them. And see, when you traveled back in the early 1950s in the South, you did not travel at day during daylight. You slept in a Negro or a colored motel by day, or some of the places listed in the Green Book. You could eat at a Greyhound bus depot. It's in the Green Book. They would let you eat. Black folk didn't have to take it out and eat it in the lot someplace. They could actually sit down and eat. So we would take numbers, and when there was a place that didn't have motels, you would call those numbers and people would board you. And you slept during the day. You kept the bedpan in the car, a water bag on the front bumper so the water would stay cool, and you traveled at night. These were not these fancy highways. These looked like lanes and country roads with forest and trees and grass and bushes coming right up to the highway. And they had dim lights on these cars, and it wasn't safe, but it was not safe to travel during the daylight. And if you couldn't find a motel, you stopped some of the colored folk, the Negroes who were field hands out there working in the fields, and you asked them, and they'd tell you where you could go, where there would be forest or trees and some water, and you could park up in there, and you didn't have to worry about it until you got 30 miles from your destination. Then you get out on the road and daylight, boy, you going right now. I remember that. What you doing in this here fine call, boy? Talking to my old man. Mm-hmm. You a veteran? God damn, well, you got something going for you. Where you going, boy? Gonna see who? Wally? Oh, yes, I knows them. Them's good Negro. Them good colored. Yay. In fact, I want you to give a message to, that's your aunt? I want you to give a message to her. My aunt say, thank you for that cookie recipe. Them some damn fine cookies. And you tell Trooper Jackson, he gonna stop you about 15 miles up there in this car. You just tell him you've talked to Trooper Robinson already, and this is my number, my badge number. I'll give it to you. Don't forget it, boy. You think you can remember that? 10 miles up, get stopped again. Well, Officer Jackson, badge number so-and-so, said, give you this code word. Ah, you been stopped. What you doing here, boy? Oh, I knows them's good people. See, and that's what you had to do. It was crazy. Now, when I was getting ready to go to kindergarten, my mother had worked as a librarian for the summer at Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. and my old man's driving. We're in this DeSoto, and we made a mistake of trying to get going too damn early, and it wasn't quite dark when we were near one of these sundown towns where Black folk don't need to be in evidence anywhere near sundown. But they took 2 shots, 3 shots at the car, put 3 bullet holes in it. They didn't lead it far enough on the first one to hit my old man who was driving, but I'm sitting in the back seat. And my mother used to love these little short, highly carbonated Coca-Colas. And she had one and she was drinking it. And she wanted to fool around in the glove compartment, so she handed it to me in the back seat. I'm sitting there, I put it on my knee. Well, a bullet comes through the back door on my dad's side, and it shatters this Coke bottle on my knee. Well, I knew it was a gunshot. I eventually heard it. My old man had been in the war, and I used to love war stories. Oh, they're shooting at us. My mother was cool. She didn't panic. She said, son, lie down on the floor. Don't pass. I'm cool. You know, well, I didn't say cool. I said, it's okay. But I was more worried about her broken Coca-Cola.
Judge Joe Brown, let's keep it real quick. You just described war. You said you couldn't go out during the day, and you just said somebody shot a bottle off your knee. That's war.
Of course it's war. That's what I tell these damn Negroes right now. It ain't fun. This ain't no Al Sharpton eat you ass some fried chicken. This ain't none of this crap with all of these folk getting up handkerchief head. This is war.
So we prisoners. So we are prisoners of war. If you can't drive,
that's what I tell these damn Negroes right now.
Uh-oh, you got to look. Okay, your connection, Judge Joe Brown. But I'm just saying, the way you're describing the violence, that sounds like war. If you get caught,
it is war. You
okay.
could die.
Okay.
I'm looking at these handkerchief head Negroes right now, compromising about, shut up, fool. I got 17 or 18 close friends in the dirt right now because something killed them. That crap, damn it, where we had some more Negroes doing the works of this mess. UCLA, 1968. In the hallway, 42 people at lunch. We're discussing on setting up a program that dealt with Black history. And some other Negroes were trying to gun in on it. They gunned down 2 people I recruited to the school, John Huggins and Bunchy Carter. Elaine Brown, who wrote a book about the Panther Party, and I were walking up the place, getting ready to head up the stairs when it went down. All this stuff runs right by us. I'm watching folk get done in. See, people die.
Thank you for being
Melvin
honest,
X, I went to junior high school with. That brother was a good brother, smart brother. He's dead because he got killed. People were getting gunned down left and right. It's a war. And some folk act like it's just an opportunity to belong to a fancy club or something.
Thank you for being honest. Chief Biko, definitely get in so we can stay on schedule and stay on time. But
I'm sorry for doing that. I mean, I get angry sometimes. It is a damn war.
No, you're okay. It's just that this is the reason why we're having this bill for those that are listening. This is why when we talk to elders, Judge Joe Brown's age, they never really talked to us about this because it was war and it is painful to think about all the violence. So thank you for being honest, Chief Biko. Go ahead and let's move through your bill.
Got you. No, and I was just sharing some images as the judge was speaking for the audience. That way they can kind of get a visual as well. I'm going to jump into something, Judge. It's pretty much exactly on what we were just talking about with it being war. Can you recall this moment and what impact it might have had on this civil rights movement from your perspective? And I'm talking about the Bloody Sunday, Selma, Alabama. So that's March 7th, 1965. And I'm going to show the image for people while you go into that bill. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, perfect.
That particular march, to my people, we were embarrassed as hell. Man, you see them fool Negroes, they ain't fighting back. Now, what they did not show, and you probably won't see, is when they got to the foot of that bridge, what they wound up running into with those black folk in the projects. And when you saw the police dogs charge into the crowd, they didn't show them coming sailing back out. Or when a cop goes in there to go get one of the dogs, he comes running out, no helmet, and they beating the crap out of him. We're going, yeah, fight back. You see, we put up with, aren't you guys mad? You're embarrassed that you guys get your butts kicked all the time, man. Don't you guys ever fight back, man? Man, say that one more time. I'm busting you right in your mouth, fool. See, so what we saw was embarrassing to hell with those passive Negroes getting their behinds beat and not fighting back. See, I did something, and let me fast forward on this. I was with a DC think tank. It was Catholic University. It was called Center for National Policy Review. And myself and two other people, we had to go through 60-some thousand pages in congressional record. There weren't 5 pages in that damn thing that talked about peaceful nonviolence. All of that stuff was about why these folk burning these cities down, doing burn, baby, burn. We got to stop this. They did not give a damn about peaceful civil rights. That is a myth. And there are some clowns still coasting off of their ancestral or their current or their personal involvement in civil rights. We took that as a damn embarrassment for these folk to get their butts beat and be down on their knees while some redneck is beating the crap out of them until another one felt guilty about it. The hell with you. We weren't going to do that. By 1965, civil rights was dead because it was already established. It was actualizing that. And I was there August 1965 when LA had that uprising. They called it a riot. Interesting. Little slight digression. When it was over, LAPD would not come up in there unless they were riding 5 or 6 deep in a squad car.
Let's go back to the fire, Judge Joe Brown, real quick. Whose neighborhoods were y'all burning down during that era? Were y'all burning?
We didn't burn our neighborhoods down. We didn't touch any houses. We didn't even touch all the businesses. Okay. I graduated from high school. What happened was it was slum clearance. They burnt down the trap things, the overgrown stuff, the rat traps, all of that. And if a white boy, Korean, I don't care what he was, treated everybody all right, people would be standing out. Leave this guy alone. He's cool.
Okay. So you didn't burn down your neighborhood. You were burning down other groups of people's neighborhoods.
Not other groups, people's neighborhoods, the enemy's neighborhoods.
Gotcha.
The enemy's thing. See, LA was a filthy mess. We had slum clearance. After that, all of these old decrepit buildings are gone. All of the people that were ripping off the neighborhood, gouging on the price, they went down. If they treated somebody okay, leave this dude alone, man. He all right.
Okay.
And there was a different thing that was going on. In LA, they had a whole bunch of gangs, Slauson's, Vikings, De La Soul, Bobtown, businessmen, whatever. And I remember the week before that, my girlfriend lived a couple of blocks from this location, which was about 5 from where the riot started. And she was gone with her dad, and her mom asked me to go down to the store and get a loaf of bread, literally, and some milk and some butter and stuff. So I go down there, and I'm coming out, and somebody's standing out. Where you from, man? I said, I'm independent. You all right? Next person. Where you from, man? Bobtown. You cool? Where you from? Bobtown. You cool? Where you from? De La Soul. You cool? Where you from, man? I'm Viking, man. Dale Viking. Make your run, fool. Bam, bam, bam. Fired 3 caps at it. Interestingly enough, about a month after that, riot went down, the uprising. I just happened to be running the same kind of errand again. The same dude standing out there, and the guy he fired 3 caps at walks by. Say, hey, man. Say, what you want, man? Say, I want to apologize, man. I'm sorry for what I did, man. He said, well, that's all right. burn, baby, burn, man. You know, yeah, man, burn, baby, burn, you know. And they shook hands. There were only 2 black on black homicides in LA for 18 months. And those were because in one case, a wife shot her husband for running around on her, and the other one, a girlfriend shot her dude for running around on her. There were no rapes, no robberies, no assaults, no burglaries, none of that crazy stuff.
Let me ask you a dumb question, Judge Joe Brown, and Chief Biko, get on in so you can do your thing. It sounds like what you calling gangs was actually our internal militia trying to protect our neighborhood.
No, they weren't internal militia. They didn't have daddies. They were crybabies in the 6th, 7th, well, 5th and 6th grades, and they posseed up late 7th grade, 8th grade, and then they wanted to go do that. If you want to see how it is, watch Singleton's thing, Boys in the Hood. That was 25, 30 years after the fact, 30 years after the fact, but it was the same thing. It just moved from where I was in South Central to the Crenshaw district. So Ice Cube is in that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody wasn't in a gang, but you had to accommodate them, and they were from these folk who didn't have daddies. But most folk had dads in the 50s and 60s. It was hell. Tom Bradley, who became mayor of Los Angeles, second black mayor of Los Angeles. The first one was a Spanish guy who was literally the first mayor for Los Angeles way, way back when. But Tom Bradley had tried to join after he got out of college. They wouldn't take him. He had to go to law school, go to Korea, come back, get sworn in without having to take the bar, is a war veteran, and became a lawyer. Then they let him become a squad car rider. So what he was doing, he was patrolling where I grew up. He had a black partner. They'd have meetings with the grown black men. And what would happen is they say, look, you got a problem down on 62nd Street that really needs to be cleared up. There's some wrong going stuff on there. Now, if you need to take care of the business, myself and Officer Jackson, you know, we will be your alibi. You couldn't have done it because you were with us. Or we were talking with you. So the men took care of the neighborhood. Everybody had a daddy unless you lost him in Korea or World War II. That happened. There were very few people who got divorced, but, you know, it was man thing, took care of the peace. And Tom Bradley ran the 400 meters in the Olympics, 440, when he was in college. Went to UCLA. He didn't have any qualms about, he never lost a race down a back alley to warm somebody's head, but it was frontier justice. What you doing out here, boy? Oh, Officer Bradley, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean, didn't I tell you to get off this corner? Then get your butt off this corner. Yes, sir.
So, Judge, you kind of spoke on it there. So it sounded like the men, and they weren't, you know, associated with any particular organization or anything. And that kind of leads me to my question, like, what role did the Black Panthers play, if any, around that
Black
time?
Panthers are later. The Black Panthers come from the Deacons for Defense and Justice, Louds County, which was in Louisiana. The emblem they used came from the fact that some of them were in the same 761st Armored Battalion that Jackie Robinson had been in. They were known as Patton's Panthers and were in continuous combat longer than any other American unit. They could drive the tanks better, shoot better, because they'd had more practice and training. But they contributed the Black Panther emblem that quite a few of them who became Deacons for Defense and Justice in Louds County bestowed upon what became the Black Panther Party.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Now, I know the Black Panther Party. I recruited Geronimo Pratt, aka G. I recruited Bunchy Carter, who was formerly head of the Slausons gang before he went to the penitentiary. He was illiterate, taught himself like Malcolm did by memorizing Webster's Dictionary and started writing poetry, and I recruited him to UCLA. John Hutchins, who grew up around Yale College, Yale University, his daddy was a janitor for some frat houses. He came back west, and he wound up, I recruited him. Elaine Brown, I recruited her. Nathaniel Clark recruited him. Yeah, I knew the Panther Party. I was in charge of community liaison for the Black Student Union at UCLA, part of the Black Student Alliance. See, we all cooperated with the Nation of Islam and did what we did to try and bestow order. We patrolled the neighborhoods armed. It was legal to have a loaded shotgun or rifle, and everybody had a carbine or a 12 gauge until those idiots went up there and went into the California state legislative body after we asked them, please don't do it. And in 2 weeks, they made that stuff illegal. So now LAPD, Oakland Police Department had excuse to go bust folk when they saw them armed, and a whole lot of people got killed. Some cops too.
Got you. No,
See,
thank you
it was a war.
No, and that seems to be the theme, of tonight's discussion. And like you said, I know the Black Panthers came a little bit earlier, but you said they stemmed from that Deacons of Defense, and I kind of want to segue into that.
That was the mid-60s. See, the Panther Party started about 1967.
Got you. So
there was a guy. It started in an interesting way in the LA area. It started off as a college thing until people who had been in the penitentiary started getting out. Sherman Banks was a college student at Cal State LA. He was chairman. You had that kind of thing. He just said after a while, hey, this is getting crazy. Then Bunchy Carter became chairman. He just got out the penitentiary after serving time, and he had been running the Slausons as a gang.
Interesting. And I'm gonna go ahead and pass it off to Chief Black Coat, who's going to get into the MLK assassination, because I know that was one thing they don't really talk about as well in history, that he had the Deacons of Defense with him some of those times as well. So I'll pass it off to you, Chief Black Coat.
Going on, Judge? We building good. I'm loving this conversation. You said a lot of things that we're gonna probably dissect a little later after this meeting. But 1967, the Black Panther Party is organized. 1968, Dr. King gets killed. We know that you were one of the last lawyers on the MLK case.
I was the judge.
The judge on the MLK case. Okay, yes, sir.
You want my conclusions? Fast forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
J. Edgar Hoover ordered him killed. We have the internal memoranda where they're discussing it. It's not behind him being a civil rights leader. They didn't care. Civil rights was dead. They were worried about him galvanizing the anti-war movement and revitalizing labor. J. Edgar Hoover personally ordered all auditory and visual surveillance of King to stop 48 hours before he was assassinated. They had already set up a 3D table map, like you see when they're building or set up a new development where you can see the thing in 3D, big map or miniature representation of the place. Okay.
Are you saying
the FBI has a training facility in Quantico, Virginia, which is right across the tarmac from the Marine Corps Sniper School located at the place? They recruited 2 Marine snipers who had come back from the NAM. They told them they had an important mission. They supplied the weapons and ammunition. Late 1967, there is an invoice that I have a copy of listing the serial numbers of 5 XM21s, which are modified M14s, set up for sniper work. They had some special barrels, which just happened to match precisely the ballistic characteristics of the bullet they pull out of King's body. Well, what winds up happening is King is assassinated early April 1968. Late April 1968, the Justice Department orders the FBI to return the 5 weapons to the Defense Department. They only made 62 of them as an experimental run with 1 extra barrel. Well, the FBI in late April 1968 claimed that they lost one of them. I have the serial number, which is in various places around the country, and that is the serial number of the murder weapon. I ordered, and after going through all kinds of changes, getting removed from the case by a lower appellate court, reinstated by the state Supreme Court twice. Well, it wound up when I ordered the rifle retested, and it was tested again. It was completely excluded as being the murder weapon. Also, the shot was not fired from the bushes nor the flop house. The Lorraine Motel is now a museum. It was my idea to convert it to a museum. We had meetings with the owner, Randy Wade, later the sheriff's department, A.W. Willis, who was an attorney. And what wound up happening was we decided to convert it to a museum. This was a whole house. It was on the whole track. It was an hourly rate motel, and King had no business staying there until some stuff going on in the neighborhood wound up him being there. The traitor is likely to be Reverend Billy Kyles, who had a little problem that the FBI was knowledgeable of. He goes and he takes King, who's on the way out the other side, and he says, Reverend, some of your fans want to see you. He comes out here, he ducks in. Dick Gregory interviewed him before he died and said, why'd you duck back in the motel? He said, I didn't want to get shot. How did you know there was likely to be a shooting? Well, I just figured. Jesse Jackson had nothing to do with it. He's honest, but the FBI besmirched his reputation so nobody would deal with him. And now everybody thinks he's one of the villains. He wasn't. So it was a two-man hit team that killed him from the fire station. At the flop house, the window never opened up far enough for you to use a rifle out of the place. That window is right above the bushes. The reason everybody is pointing over there is because sound reflects off of the front of the Lorraine Motel when it is fired from the fire station. We ran experiments using, I guess, what you'd call cherry bombs to duplicate the sound. There was a suppressor on the rifle, which won't make it silent like in the movies. It just makes it hearing safe, but you can still hear it. It's kind of loud. And it came from the cafeteria in the dormitory area on the second floor. Now, there are a number of other reasons why they're doing that, because the rifle, as designed, the way it was set up, was to confuse the origin sound-wise, so people wouldn't say, oh, wow, there's a sniper over there. They would be confused as to where the sound came, so the American sniper could do what he wanted to do with impunity without getting done in. And they were quite effective. It became known as the M21, and it remained in use all the way up through Gulf War II.
I got questions. Chief Blackcoat, go ahead. I got questions.
Right. I wanted to just go back and ask about the weapon used to kill Dr. King. Did you touch on that? Which weapon was used?
Yeah, it was an M14 converted to an experimental XM21. The standard M14 had a rifle barrel that had a rate of twist of one turn every 12 inches. In other words, the bullet would make one turn every foot. The bullet that they pull out of King's body is inconsistent with that, because it reflects a rate of rifling twist of one turn in every 11 1/4 inches. This XM21 had a special experimental barrel made out of stainless steel that had one turn in every 11 1/4 inches. Ray's rifle was a 30-06 that had a rate of rifling twist of one turn in every 10 inches. Also, there were some other problems with his rifle barrel, since it was a second and had defects in it that would preclude it being the weapon that fired the the fatal shot. King gets hit right here in the right cheek. It takes out his upper molars. It wrecks his tongue, and leaves the body. He would have lived, but for the fact that it hit his clavicle and it deflects under the tough neck skin and destroys the right carotid artery complex. He bleeds out quickly, but because the bullet wound is in an area that is somewhat obscured by flesh, it wasn't as big a mess as it might other been. He didn't have 30 seconds to live. He did not get smothered in a hospital later. That's just BS street stuff. But they killed him out there. The bullet travels, winds up going over his shoulder. Now, in the many homicide cases I've been involved in, sometimes funny. It's not a homicide. It's assault to commit murder because you get a bullet straight in the chest. It hits a rib bone. It deflects around under the skin, comes out the back. 911 emergency services gets there. They think this guy's been shot through the chest or a lung injury, and they start treating him. Somebody gets shot through the navel. You can't see anything because it doesn't bleed. And he's the one that's fatally wounded, not the one that got hit in the chest where the bullet deflected around a rib and then out the back. It happens all the time.
Let me ask a question on that. Why do you think they had King stay at a whorehouse? Like you said, he had no business in the trap.
Staying because of Negroes.
We sold
them out.
There
were Negroes that were sponsored by their white sponsors who did not want King to come back in. Some black folks said, we don't need him. We can do it ourselves. They are different from the ones that were being told by their white sponsors, don't let him come back in. Some other folks said, we want him in. They put out a smear campaign talking about he would be, in today's terms, too boule to stay in the hood. He was staying at a place called the Rivermont, which was the flagship hotel for Holiday Inn that was located in Memphis at the time. He was integrating it. He wasn't going to come back until they embarrassed him to come back. And he comes back. It was a labor thing. AFSCME, American Federation of State and County Employees, were having a strike. So he was in support of that. He had been listening to Bayard Rustin too much, who was in favor of him being nonviolent, didn't want any armed guards around. But there were 6 black sergeants and detectives on Memphis Police Department who formed an unofficial bodyguard unit for him. They were told that somebody had threatened their lives, not King, and they were ordered to report to downtown headquarters. They initially refused, and they were told they were going to be disciplined if they did not, so they showed up downtown, which was about a mile and a half away. All right? They had another brother that refused to leave. He was on the roof of the fire station doing an Overwatch thing. I knew him. He wound up refusing to move, and what wound up happening was they sent 10 white cops who literally double handcuffed him and hog-tied his legs with a rope, and they threw him in the back seat of a squad car, and they removed him from the scene. At that point, call went out, okay, we're on the way over there for the dinner. I got an affidavit from Mrs. Kyles at the time, the first one, and she said the dinner had been ready. They kept putting it off that I hadn't finished it, which was why the delay. I've got it in the oven making gravy for it so it wouldn't taste dried out. Finally, I got calls saying it would be held up, something was going wrong. That was when they were trying to get the black cops to leave, and they wouldn't. I got told it was okay. Then I got another call to hold up. That's when the black cops wouldn't leave and had to send the command captain out there to order them to leave. Then I got the call it was okay. And then that's when they found out the guy was on the roof, and they called up to say, hey, we got to hold up. But before that, they had another one because there was one black fireman up there. So what went on is they told him his son had been seriously injured in an accident. So they told him to go check it out. Then Mrs. Kyles got a call saying we're on our way, but that got canceled when the guy called back, say, hey, I checked, my son's at home, nothing wrong with him, I'm on my way back. No, I'll just take the day off. Then they were going to do this again. Then it got postponed when I got her timeline and compared it with what was going on. And when they removed the guy off of the roof, then they said everything's okay. He gets ready to go out the east side, gets called back to the west side of the building where people are at what's basically a recreational pool area that you can't see in this shot. And a call's made to the fire station where there's a two-man team already set up with the rifle on sandbags lined up with where the door exit is going to be. And as soon as he comes out, they shoot him. They take a headshot because they've got subsonic ammunition to reduce the sound signature. And instead of the bullet traveling 2,700 feet per second, which at the muzzle, which is just 45 yards across the way with 2,600 foot-pounds of energy, is traveling at about 1,100 feet per second, which means it's a 162 grain bullet, which is what they pull out of King's body. It has the energy of about, 9-millimeter bullet. So you have a situation where if they had shot him with a full power 30 caliber wound and it was expanding, they shoot you anywhere in the torso and you're standing next to an emergency room, that's non-survivable. So they took a headshot and they almost missed it.
Two-part question, Judge Joe Brown. Number one, how far, first of all, did he shoot him from the fire station or the flop house?
Fire station.
Do you have an image of the fire station, Chief Biko, so we can show the viewers? And my second question on that was, what's the distance that shot had to be taken from?
43 yards.
That's it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was done. They were that close.
Point blank range.
Point blank range.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with the flop house is the window never went up far enough for you to use the scope. Other thing, on Ray's rifle, there was a Captain Tommy Smith who retired as head of Memphis homicide. I got an affidavit from him, video affidavit. And as he said, we checked the whole place. There was no rifle. We'd been going in and out of there for about an hour and a half. I don't know to this day, he said, who directed me to the flop house. I don't know why, except hour and a half later, I'm walking down the hallway and now there's something gray on the floor. I almost tripped over it. I opened up the blanket and it was a rifle.
Wow.
Partly consumed 6-pack of beer, a toiletry kit, and a radio with James Earl Ray's prison ID on a plaque that was screwed into it. Said, no way. And then when they test fired the rifle, they discovered that it would not even hit the target. At 100 yards, it was shooting 2 feet to the right and 4 feet low, or 4 feet to the right, 2 feet low. It never been sighted in.
Great information. Chief Blackcoat?
Yeah, I don't know if I heard you correct, Judge. You said you knew someone that was providing overwatch for Dr. King on top of another
The fire station.
Someone that you knew.
Yeah, former client of mine, so I can't talk about it too much. But he wound up running for sheriff in Haywood County. Didn't get elected, by the way. That's where Sheriff Buford Prosser was sheriff. And you remember the original Walking Tall? The movie that The Rock played, a rerun where it was kind of a comedy. He didn't die.
Yes, sir.
Well, the bad guy was never identified in the original Walking Tall. They murdered him. The person that did it was into rackets, prostitution, bootleg whiskey, and gambling. That was the governor of the state, Ray Blanton. He was the one behind it.
I got one last question. If you don't have a question, Chief Blackcoat, on the MLK. So basically, 2 active Marines. So we're talking military again. So,
Mhm.
so the federal government in 1964 ends
No,
segregation.
1964, it was 1968.
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying in 1964, the federal government ends segregation. 1965, they give the voter, they passed the Voting Rights Act. But this same government that you've already said was in active war with us during the daytime using the Negro Green Book, that same government sent 2 active Marines to kill one of our.
That wasn't why they killed King. It had nothing to do with civil rights. The
Right.
memoranda we got were exclusively devoted to their fear that he would do what he did with the civil rights movement and galvanize the anti-war crowd. This is the same year they had the Tet Offensive. This is the same year that Walter Cronkite went over there and came back and told the American public they were being lied to. That's what was going on.
So
There was a labor strike going on. American Federation of State and County Employees asked me. So they were worried about him, according to the memo, on revitalizing labor and galvanizing the anti-war movement. There was no discussion about civil rights because nobody gave a damn about civil rights. It was some peaceful Negroes passively down on their knees while they were getting beat across their heads until somebody felt guilty about it.
Damn.
And you said Negroes didn't care about civil rights because nobody was trying to walk peacefully and have protests.
And remember, this was 4 years after John F. Kennedy had been assassinated, and the same year that Robert Kennedy was assassinated. It was popular in those days, by any means necessary. Sacrificial lambs, the communist threat. And see, the other thing you have to deal with, J. Edgar Hoover was a Negro passing for white. If you've ever seen any pictures of him in his 20s, it's obvious he's black. His parents got run out of Louisiana for trying to pass for white. Smithsonian Institution, the History Channel, have run specials on that over the last few years about him passing for white. See, he was a sweet boy. And when they were trying to get Jack Johnson, they created the FBI for the specific purpose of getting him and developing what became known as the Mann Act. Most recently come to light is something they prosecuted R. Kelly behind. So they wanted to get Jack Johnson, who had a white wife, and she'd take her white girlfriends around as part of his entourage, and they just couldn't stand that. So they started investigating sex trafficking, they called it, where women would go across state lines. They put J. Edgar Hoover in these New York brothels kind of undercover because he was a fancy boy and he looked like one of those third floor special acts they would have. And he wound up finding out who was getting blackmailed or who he could blackmail for patronizing the place, which made his pathway to becoming director for the next 50 years fairly easy.
Wow, 50 years.
So what happened is Jack Johnson was on the way to Europe and he had to pass through Georgia, a corner of Georgia. So as soon as the train stopped, the nascent FBI jumped on board and arrested him for transporting women across state lines for illicit purposes. Well, how are you going to transport your wife for illicit purpose? But see, in those days, Georgia didn't recognize interracial marriage. So under Georgia law, that was not a recognized marriage. So they busted him. He wound up getting convicted, sentenced to jail, but he escaped, fled to France, stayed there for a number of years until his mother begged him to come back. She wanted to see her baby boy, and he tried to sneak back in the country. He got caught, served his time, and when he got out, he got killed supposedly in a car wreck in 1946.
You got anything else, Chief Blackcoat, on the King assassination?
No, not King assassination.
All right, let's get to the real deal. So now they've assassinated Martin Luther King, and 7 days later, the United States government comes out with the Indian Rights Act. So here's my first question. We've already talked about the Dawes Roll. We've already made it clear that if you do your genealogy and do your family tree, you may end up having ancestors that are by blood tied to this land. However, you still could have gotten reclassified. Your family could have gotten reclassified, even though they're on the Dawes Roll. Now here we are in 1968. They do an Indian Rights Act 7 days after the United States government kills King. My first question, Judge Joe Brown, if you can share that act, Chief Biko, Title II of the 1968 Indian Rights Act. Who is the Indian that the United States government is referring to 7 days after it assassinated Martin Luther King? Let's get into it. Because it's interesting that I'm American Indian by blood, but my family's been reclassified this whole time, and I'm not a citizen of an American Indian tribe. So how that work? How you got ancestors that's American Indian by blood, but you still end up getting caught up in the Negro black color quagmire?
Well, okay, here's what happens. Do you live as a member of the tribe? Are you subject to the tribal jurisdiction separate and apart from the jurisdiction of the United States or some other state?
Me personally, no, but an ancestor, well, let me ask this question to explain to the viewers. If you got an ancestor on the Dawes Roll, what does that mean? Does that mean that they lived in the jurisdiction, or does that mean they were just moved out there and got put on?
What it means is another ancestor, if not one listed on the roll, decided he would migrate to the United States by going 10 miles off the reservation. So he's born on American soil, so he's already an American citizen if he's not a citizen of an Indian nation.
Well, hold on, Judge. How can you be a citizen of said government when prior to 1964 you weren't?
No, you were a citizen. See, from the date the Constitution was ratified in 1789, which is now 235 years ago, it defined citizen as anyone born on American soil.
That doesn't line up with our history, Judge Joe Brown. That's kind of like this, the treaty saying treaty, but it wasn't a treaty, or there's no declaration of war, but
see, it's this. Remember, it says non-tax paying Indians?
Yes.
In other words, you lived on Indian territory in an Indian nation on a reservation or whatever it was from 1789 on. You didn't have to pay taxes to the U.S. government because you were part of a sovereign entity that was subject to treaty relations with the United States of America. So if you lived as a Native American, then you exercised your citizenship choices to be a citizen, a subject of your tribal nation. If you didn't live on their territory and you chose to pay taxes, since you were born in the continental United States and it did not set forth any specific areas saying Indian reservations are excluded, Indian territories are excluded, you were also possessed of dual citizenship as an American citizen. So you could claim either.
But there's a flaw in that, Judge Joe Brown, because if you couldn't vote prior to 1965 and you was in an active war zone prior to 1964 due to segregation, how are you sitting up here trying to convince us that if you weren't on a reservation and you was under United States government jurisdiction that you were a citizen, but you could get—
But you could vote
before 1965?
Yeah.
So what was the point of
this? It's just that for Negroes, colored, what happens is some of the former members of the Southern Confederacy, the secessionists, which was the term used at the time, they decided once they became reunified, since the Constitution permitted them to set forth the qualifications to vote in state elections, they started doing stuff like having literacy tests, having other obstructions, physical violence to keep people from showing up. But see, like Tennessee, for example, never took the vote from the colored nor the Negro because there was a guy named Boss Crump who was brought in to save the property interest of the first black millionaire. His name was Robert Church in Memphis, whose daddy was the richest plantation owner in Mississippi prior to the Civil War, but lost all of his legitimate sons in the Civil War, had no daughters. And if he died without heirs, all of his belongings and money would have gone to the state of Mississippi. They call it escheating, Escheat. Now, what wound up happening is he wound up pushing these laws I talked about earlier about if you had no more in Tennessee than 1/8 known colored ancestry, you could be declared officially Caucasian. Well, Robert Church had a very fair-skinned octroon mama, so he qualified, but out of respect for his mother, he declined to become officially white. So Tennessee law is replete with all kinds of weirdnesses until you figure out what it's all about. It was justification for taking his property. So he found this real smart young white lawyer. His name was Crump. And he sent him to Memphis to protect his son. Trump figured out that if he kept the blacks into the voting, kept them in the voting game, he could rely upon them as a huge block of voters and win every election, even though he never had a white majority, a large minority of whites. So he wound up controlling Memphis politics, West Tennessee, and then the politics in all of Tennessee. So in Tennessee, blacks never lost the right to vote. Or not the right, they never lost the exercise of the vote because Boss Crump depended on it. Boss Crump was so powerful that the Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions played an exhibition game here in 1952. He had never seen a full football game, so he wanted to see it. 15 minutes late, word went down to the bench that if you nice boys want to get back on the train to Green Bay and Detroit, you will kick this game off all over again so Mr. Crump can see a full game. It's first and only time they've ever done it in NFL history. They stopped the game and kicked off all over again.
Let's get back, Judge Joe Brown. And I want you to keep it simple and I want you to straight talk for the viewers, okay? What you're telling me, I want you to talk to me like I'm a third grader. I don't care. Maybe I'm the only one that didn't hear you answer the question. You're saying if somebody in my family does our family tree and they find out that their family is on the Dawes Road, any Dawes Road, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, you're saying if that ancestor left Indian territory, then falls under the jurisdiction of the United States government, is subject to tax under the United States government, right? You're saying that they still had the right to vote and were treated as citizens under the United States government. That doesn't line up with why you need a 1964 and a 1965 Civil Rights Act. That doesn't add. Am I the only one that get that?
Well, the problem is you're making the thing where is like what you're classifying is Native American, Indian, Black, whatever. See, remember, if your mama wasn't a slave, I don't care who your daddy was, you're not a slave. So there are these people who do not need to be freed. There are people who got free or were freed men, and then there were people who never needed to be freed.
I'm with you.
3 types of people.
So who is this right here in 1968, 7 days after King? Who got these rights of Indians?
You're talking about the people who never needed to be free. They lived on tribal reservations. They operated as part of the unity of the hunters and warriors and tribesmen.
Well, they was already set up in the 1866 Indian
Yeah,
Treaty.
well, they were set up long before that. You're talking about the Iroquois Confederation. You're talking about their constitution. See, they have their own nationality, but essentially what they become is migrants. They went 10 miles that way, 4 miles that way, and they left the reservation.
All right, stay with me, Judge Brown. Stay with me real quick. Let me interject this. You got the Iroquois and you got the Muskogee or the Creek Confederacy in the South.
Sure.
Okay. Now, in 1866, they moved the original nations that were east of the Mississippi and they put them in Indian territory. They moved them west of the Mississippi.
1830s, that's when they started Trail of Tears, the Indian Removal Act.
Correct. They set them up and everything. So if they set them up in 1830 and then finalized everything with the treaties in 1866, how can the United States government then double back in 1968 and give them same group of people?
Because there's still people on reservations. There's still people that are subject to the Indian police and Indian or reservation tribal justice with the courts, judges, and whatever. In the
Am I the only one not getting this? I don't mean to interject. Am I the only one not getting this? Because all y'all looking like
something ain't connecting with the.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Okay, I went to Montana one time. I met a chief. He invited me out to the tribe. They have their own courts. They have tribal police. They have their own laws, rules, enforcement process. And it supersedes by the treaty they have American law. But if they don't live on the reservation, then they become subject to Montana state law and they become subject to U.S. law. But that's in the 1990s. That's in the 21st century.
Are you a dual citizen, Judge Joe Brown? Are you a citizen of the Choctaw?
Well, I've never lived on a reservation.
But are you a citizen of the Choctaw government?
It's not citizen of the Choctaw government. It's I am a Choctaw. What that means is, are you a citizen of Ireland and the United States because you have an Irish ancestor? Or are you Irish, but you happen to be a citizen of the United States? Did you ever see?
No, we're talking Choctaw. We ain't talking about Irish. I'm just asking.
No, I mean, but it's the same thing. In other words, you have a status, but the difference is the Choctaw Nation is not located across 4,000 miles of Atlantic Ocean. It's right here. Mexico, you go to Tijuana, you before all this mess, you just kept driving south past San Diego and you went across the border. You go hang out TJ. You drive back across.
But you're citizen, are you citizen of the Choctaw today?
I am a Choctaw.
So are you a citizen of
I'm not subject to their jurisdiction because I've never lived on their tribal lands and I've not submitted to it. And as an adult, I've paid taxes, I think, since I've been 15 years old.
To the U.S. government, not the Choctaw.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Geechee God.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Judge a quick question. So would it be safe to say because you haven't done certain things as far as tribal affiliation, that you were basically just reclassified as a Negro and has lived as such a citizen of the said United States, even though you could technically be a citizen of said nation if you were to probe and pry, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
now,
there's a
let me break it down this way. There have been governors, senators, and congressmen that never got discriminated against, even though they were 1/4, 1/2 Indian. I got somebody I know, you talk about these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Indians, you're still Indian if you're 1/16. I know one guy who's got a big chain of restaurants and businesses, very wealthy Tennessean. Jesus Christ, Judge, I ain't seen you in a long damn time. You look like a straight up white boy. You just get kind of dark red, brownish when you get suntan. Sounds like a redneck. Jesus, good seeing you, son. Good seeing you. God dang. And he's half Cherokee.
So let me ask you a question real quick, Judge. So it's clear, and I think it's safe to say, right, being a citizen of a tribal nation is not a bloodline, right? So you could be a Cherokee citizen, right? You could be a Cherokee
Be
citizen.
adopted.
Right. Okay. So
It says in the act you were looking at, including the people who are adopted or under their protection.
So we have people who are tribal citizens, right? Who are not of the blood of the actual or an actual descendant of said people who originated or created said tribes, correct?
Well, very few.
Hold on, Judge. Hold on. If that's the
Oh,
case, then that's in direct violation of the Iroquois Constitution. If you can pull up the Iroquois,
the Iroquois Constitution does not apply to all native tribes.
You're correct. We're talking about the Creek.
And what we're talking about is a condition that applies generally to all native tribes, not just those who were members of the Iroquois Confederation, which by the terms that are designated in their constitution have been removed from that status because of what? Affiliation with what? Outsiders. They have separate treaty arrangements with the United States government under Article 6. Because they have these treaty representation or relations with the United States, they have violated the specific terms of the Iroquois Confederacy Constitution. They're no longer members of that confederacy.
Here's the deal, Judge Joe Brown. I'm gonna straight talk with you. It sounds like what happened is when they started relocating Americans from the Southeast in the Indian Territory, once those governments lost their de jure status and they created this new 5 civilized tribes, bloodline lineage became bloodline and membership. And that goes directly against the rules on this land. Whereas if you're not by blood, you remember we talked about this earlier, you can't vote, you can't get in business matters. The European knew that. So what they had to do was set up a proxy 5 civilized tribes, and then they could shoehorn their way in.
Okay.
Like Geechee said, become members.
Let me try this to explain it. You're a Cherokee. You live in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Creek. You lived in Tennessee.
Okay.
Let's supposing that your sister winds up running into your buddy who's a Cherokee, and your sister's Creek, and your homeboy is Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
And they get married. Now what are you? What are your nephews and nieces?
Still American by blood.
Creek or Cherokee?
By Indian law,
Cherokee, 1/2 Creek.
Yeah.
You see how that works? Mm-hmm. When you start intermingling, you also get this thing where maybe your mama is white. Why? Because it's 140 years ago, and they raided this white settlement and they kidnapped this white squaw who became member of the tribe and had 6 children with sub-chief so-and-so. See how that goes?
So Judge, real quick, if you were to mix a Creek and a Cherokee, those are still supposed to be two individuals of the same gene pool,
No, no, no,
right?
no, 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 no. Forget
Oh,
the gene core. What's the difference in genetics between a German and a Frenchman?
absolutely nothing. There's
But
customs and
they killing
cultures.
each other in World
But
War
hold on,
One and
hold on,
beginning
Judge.
of
Hold
World
on, listen.
War Two.
Right, but we're talking about, right, we're having a discussion about membership, right, and who is being attested or acknowledged as certain people and who are not, and how is this ultimately going?
I'm
If
trying to
we,
explain that. It's just like you have the same ancestral stock who can be a German or he can be French or members of the remote distant family, same family, are Frenchmen and Germans. You can have situations where blood kin relatives are members of two separate Indian nations. One's Cherokee and one's Creek.
Mhm. Just like
So
we could have two different individuals, right, of the same family. One's a Christian, one's a Muslim, right? But
yeah, that too.
that doesn't change, right? The overall gene pool of the origin of these people, correct?
Yeah, but you see, your religion these days has nothing to do with your national identity. Let's supposing that you leave Nigeria and you move here and you have children, but your brother stays in Nigeria, he has children. So the cousins, first cousins, some of them are citizens of the United States of America, and some of them are citizens of Nigeria. You see, they
Correct.
belong to, in effect, two different nations. When you say Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, you're talking about five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate Indian nations. So somebody can be related, but by dint of marriage, by dint of circumstance, they can be members of two separate Indian nations. See, every tribe is somewhat analogous to a separate nation. They happen to be here. If you were born on this soil, you're also automatically a citizen of this conglomerate known as the United States of America or the United Nations of North America. You're also a member of whatever tribe you're born into. If you choose to live on those tribal lands, subject to the tribal jurisdiction, laws, enforcement, and administration, you
So
don't get.
let me ask you one question, Judge. Now, y'all, going back to what y'all said earlier, y'all talked about the Indian Removal Act. You talked about the Trail of Tears, how a certain amount of individuals, right, were in a certain land and then in a certain geographical location, and then they were moved, right? Now, in that story, what I'm not hearing is that all of the Indians were not moved. All of the Indians were not killed, right?
No.
Hold on. I haven't heard any reference to the Gullah Wars. I did hear you say the Seminoles, right? And I wanted to hear more about what you calling the Seminoles, right? Because from what history says is that there was a large demographic of melanated or dark-skinned people who were Indians, right? Specifically, customary by blood and birthright, right? Who fought to protect their land during the same time period that you're saying they're sending all the Indians away, right? So history in itself, right, is not actually going along with itself, because in one breath, you have allegedly all of the Native Americans moving to the West and the Americas having the military might to do so, right? To move all of the indigenous people on their own land out, right? Whilst fighting a war with so-called freed slaves who ran off of plantations and other Indian tribes for over 100+ years, right? So how does that coincide, right? When the American government, who you just said earlier, was just coming into its inceptions, 13 little bitty weak nations coming together, right, in this wilderness, as you described it, right? Going up against a a vast confederacy, as we spoke about, of indigenous people who had their own language, who had their own constitutions, who had their own customs prior to the inception of America, right? Indigenous people had all of these things, right? So where does that actually go in the storyline of America when we're talking about Indian removal, right? The Great Migrations, where does the so-called Black population of Indians that were in the Southeast who were fighting wars and things of that nature throughout, what happened to those individuals?
Nowadays, the events are listed as the Seminole Indian Wars. At the time, and if you research the War Department records, they're referred to as the Colored Wars. From way before the revolution that led to the Constitution being adopted in 1789, slaves had been running away and settling with the Seminole Indian tribes. It's a lot of Black slaves that escaped. When they married into the tribe, they picked Indian wives. The children that they had with the Indian wives were not slaves because they couldn't be, because the mother wasn't a slave. Your status as a slave or not a slave was determined by your mother's status unless somebody freed you. If your mama was free, you were free. So,
Judge, was there Native American slaves at this time?
They refused to submit to slavery. They'd starve. That's why they brought in the African Negroes that they had.
You can't do that, Judge.
Come on, Judge, hold on. There's a vast history, Judge, of Native Americans being sold in slavery. I'm talking about on plantations, just the same exact story that they say happened to Negroes. This happened to Native Americans.
But we wouldn't live long enough. We'd starve ourselves. We would refuse to be slaves.
So you're saying from your research that you don't know the history of the hundreds of thousands of Native Americans?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you think like a Native American, you won't be a slave. That's a choice. You submit. What is it that the white folk had in the 50s? Better dead than red? Or way before that, I regret that I have but one life to give for my country. See, in other words, you are committed to dying for principle. The slave is somebody that does not have a sufficiently strong set of principles to die for. He's interested in survival. For example, if you had intelligent cows, why should a cow live to serve as food for the people that are raising the herd? There's no point in being alive. So the cow would not eat and would starve to death. If the cow, understanding that it was going to be used as a draught animal or be eaten, that says there's something about or lacking about that animal's character if it had the intelligence to realize its circumstances and it chose to remain part of that herd that was going to be used for domestic purposes. Now, the Native Americans, however you classify them, refused to be slaves. They made slaves of them, but they died. That's why the Spanish started bringing in the Negro slaves, which is where the term Negro came to be applied to the American Negro, because they made good slaves. They did not have the mindset of the Native Americans. So what you have
just to be clear, you're saying that the Native Americans were not subservient, but the so-called Negroes were. But I'm saying that's a contradiction, because the Gullah Wars themselves, Bacon Rebellion, right? Since inception, hold on, we have several episodes where Negroes, right, were rebelling and whooping on European ass, correct? Throughout American.
But the point is when you get to talking about the Carolinas and what's going on, there are always some people that understand what being free is about, that think like free men. They won't put up with it. Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, They were not slaves, by the way. They were freemen and decided that they were going to deal with freeing the slaves, but they got betrayed. You know, there
But
were
what
black
was the
folk,
difference, Judge,
Negroes,
between what was the
with
difference
John
between the
Brown when he
slave
took
that
Harper's
was
Ferry.
working on the plantation, right? And then decided, okay, today I'm no longer going to do this. I'm going to run off. At that point, right, we're talking about a condition, right? We're talking about someone who has found themselves in a condition, and then at a certain point, they decided no longer to be in that condition. That is not specific to genetics in reference to, well,
Oh,
Native
no, it's not.
Americans
See, that's the
didn't
point.
want to be slaves, and so-called African Americans did. That was incorrect, in my
That's the
opinion.
point. It's not genetic. It's got to do with your mindset. See, the people that got enslaved in Africa and sent over here weren't the warriors. If a warrior got caught, it's a different kind of thing. They did not make good slaves. Some of them jumped off the boat. Some of them just said, shoot me, kill me, I'm not doing this. And they did. So you got the more compliant ones over here. But then again, you didn't weed all of them out. You got some unruly, you know, like you have dogs that can't be tamed because they have too much wolf in them. Wolves don't make good domestic animals because they have too much wild in them. They haven't been domesticated. But you have Negroes who were bred and domesticated. You have Negroes who had the elements of enslavement inserted in their culture, so they taught themselves to be slaves. It's interesting. When you listen to free men and you listen to people who still think like a slave, you can hear the difference if you know what you're listening to.
Let's
It's
stay on
like,
track, Judge Joe Brown. No, great bill. I don't mean to cut you off, Judge Joe Brown. That's a great bill you and Geechee are having. I just for the viewers' purpose, we're in the 1968 Indian Rights Act. Judge Joe Brown is saying that this act, 7 days after King was assassinated, refers to Indians that are already on reservations. I want to move forward a little bit from that, and let's get to 1971, and let's get to this Black Congressional Caucus. So all the work that was done in the 1960s, now we know that it was a military act in 1964 to end segregation, to keep the morale up of the soldiers. And then you get 1965 Voting Rights Act. And then in 1968, after King was assassinated by the federal government and its Marines and its FBI, they turn around and give rights in a government again to a group of people who are already on reservations. Now let's get to 1971 and this Black Caucus. How did this caucus get formed? And is this caucus, according to the theory of operation within the United States government, is it supposed to be the liaison or the communication conduit to deal with Congress and to get laws passed?
let me explain something very briefly. The Act of 1968 was not conceived and then formulated, drafted, and passed in the 7 days after Martin Luther King got assassinated. It started a long way before, and that was part of what was going on in the 60s. You had a unity between the Black interest, the Indian interest, the Hispanic interest, the Asian interest. It was called Third World. And acting together, you had more power than you did when you acted separately. Now, the Black Caucus, whatever its intent, is no longer a conduit for what you think it would be for. The Black Caucus actually should be construed as the Rainbow Caucus, with the exception of, I think, 5 members of the Black Caucus. Every other member of the Black Caucus is a member of the Liberty Caucus. The Liberty Caucus is the LGBTQIA Congressional Caucus. Everything for the last 35 years that the Black Caucus has introduced as legislation has been gay. Everything they've supported has been gay. And they have been given an interesting opportunity to resign from everybody else and become part of a new voluntary ethnic group, the Rainbow Cult. And what's going on right now that makes politics look so strange is it's not politics, it's a new religion. Now think of Buddhists. Buddhism has no God. You can have any God you want and be a Buddhist, or you don't have to have one. It's a system of philosophy. The rainbow cult does not require a deity. It is a sense of philosophy. It stands for a negation of everything that every other religion, pagan, monotheistic, or otherwise, has stood for, which is the development of character traits that have gotten us from cave to condominium. You're on a hunting trip and you got to back your buddies up. Brave, courageous, forthright,
Hold on 1 second,
willing
Judge.
to sacrifice.
Let's get back real quick, Judge.
No, I'm getting back. I'm getting back.
You're
So
saying
what
the Black
you
Congressional
have
Caucus,
is
you're saying the Black Congressional Caucus is turned homosexual. So now
no,
you're
it's not homosexual
you saying
because
it
all
passed gay-
homosexuals are not in this rainbow cult.
but it
You see,
passed gay
the
bills.
rainbow cult is a coalition that includes pedophiles and
Right.
trannies.
Stay with
And
me though.
the typical pedophile is a drastic enemy of most gay people because they remember getting turned out at 9, 10 years old.
We don't got to go that deep, Judge Joe Brown. Stay with me. What
No,
you're-
I am that deep, but
Well,
you see,
no.
it's not simple.
what
Okay,
you're
this whole trans thing.
Well, hold on.
Lesbians tell me that I say, look, I see this cute looking girl, and
Right.
I go over and find out the girl's got a penis because it's really a boy. I hate the tranny thing. That's what they'll tell you.
I agree,
So-
but hold on, Judge, hold on, respectfully. But I got to bring it back to the listeners because what you just told, quote unquote, Black people is yes, you have the oldest caucus under the United States government, but it only has written laws for gay people. So where do these Black people go? What's the point of
They
this
have
amendment?
resigned being Black. They are members of an elective ethnic group. Remember all this hell we get right now about this is natural, you have no choice for it. If you deal with the catechism, you deal with their communion, which I call the 6B thing: unbelt, drop breeches, drop boxers, bend over, get butt cheeks spread, and boy bang. Now you remember. You
Got it.
belong to the new ethnic group. You have these rights that the Native Americans are just now exercising, that the Negro is just now exercising. You don't have to put up with this. They teach your cult every day in all these schools where there are rainbows all up and down the hallway, in classrooms. You get an application now. You get something from the government. You get anything online. You look at, you got an
Take it off
iPhone.
gays. Let's take it off gays for a minute, Judge Joe
No,
Brown.
no,
Let's-
no, no, no. I'm
hold on,
not taking it off gays because they aren't the focus. All gays don't support this.
the homosexual movement. Let's take it
It's
off
not
that.
even homosexual.
Okay.
It's something else. When you have an iPhone, nowadays, if you've got the latest upgrade, it asks you what your pronouns are. You can't do that kind of thing for Protestant religions, Catholics, for Christians, Jews. You can't do it
Right.
for Islam. You can't do it for Buddhists. You can't do it for Hindus. You can't do it for Confucianism, but you can do it for rainbow all
Got it.
day long, every day.
Got it.
California makes it a felony for a school teacher to tell a parent that their child is trying to convert. The vice presidential candidate, Waltz, signed into law. You got to put tampons in a junior high school boy's bathroom. Tampon Tim. It is now criminal in Michigan for a parent to attempt to keep his minor child from being mutilated and converted. And if the parent attempts to do that, the state can intervene and deprive that parent of parental rights.
I got your
That's
argument.
what's going on.
I got your argument, Judge Brown. Let's go back to this Black Caucus that was set up in 1971. What I'm simply asking for the people that will listen to this live is, are you telling us in an election year that this Black Caucus is not the liaison for Black people to get specific resources?
No, it's not.
Well, then
You
what are
think
we
it's
voting
black,
for?
but what it is it's
What are
rainbow.
we voting for? What's the point of voting? It's broke. The
It,
system
you
broken.
get lied to. It's
The system
propaganda.
broken. No, what I'm
It's
saying is,
deception.
I don't want to cut you off, Judge Brown, but what I'm saying is, as somebody who knows engineering, the system is broken when it comes to a particular group of people. You just said a Black caucus was designed in 1971, the oldest caucus, and it doesn't work for Black people.
Okay, look. Okay, latest thing they claim to have done is the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill. It was introduced in 1997 by Conyers. It was tabled, and then you got Jussie Smollett pulling off that fake lynch thing. Kamala Harris and Cory Booker in the U.S. Senate tried to introduce it as the anti-lynch bill. Still didn't pass. Then things quieted down. She became vice president. And what winds up happening is you get it back in, and it's now the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill. Does it have anything to do with lynching? Not one thing. Because now lynching does not require a mob. It can be one person. It doesn't even require a homicide. It can be a simple beating or a kidnapping. It then becomes a federal crime, a lynching, if it's one guy. How does this work? It interjects for the first time in American legal lexicon sexual orientation. So let's say a guy broke up with his girlfriend. He's feeling trouble. He goes and hangs out with the guys. They go to a club. There's what he thinks is a PYT, pretty young thing, tight dress on, big boobs, hoop earrings, braids down low. And he and she are dancing and exchanging spit over in the shadows. He looks down. He said, wait a minute, man, you got a heart on. What the hell are you? So he busted in the shop. That now is lynching because he supposedly attacked this person because of their sexual orientation. They brought this crap off as the anti-lynch bill. You don't need another law to stop lynching. There ain't none necessary. But it is a dodge to put in sexual orientation for a special category of federal crime for the first time.
So, Judge, quick question.
Hold on 1 second, Chief Biko. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Because Judge been running with this gay talk, and I'm asking specific about this Black caucus. So what he's telling us is the oldest caucus under this government. It's labeled Black. It doesn't work for Black people.
Wait a minute. How about this?
Hold on, Judge Brown. Can people in the chat really understand what this man is saying? So why are you watching the presidential debate at this point? Why? Why? So basically, we can egg the Black caucus tomorrow because they're useless.
Well, let me give you an example. Reparations. The Black caucus has a reparations committee. Do you know who their chairman is? The chairman of the Black Caucus's reparations committee is the congressman from the 9th Congressional District of Tennessee here in Memphis, Tennessee. He's gay, he's white, and he's Jewish, and he's in charge of the Black Caucus's reparations committee. He's also chairman of the Liberty Caucus's reparations committee. And 2 weeks after 5 years ago, they had that farce of 2 weeks worth of hearings that the Black Caucus conducted to determine whether they should have a committee formed to study reparations. Not 2 weeks later, without debate, on the first voice vote, they passed the Gay Reparations Committee, chaired by the same congressman, gay, white, Jewish, Steve Cohen from Memphis, Tennessee, who heads the reparations committee for the Black Caucus.
Go ahead,
now, you see any connection?
Stop you. I'm sorry, Judge O'Brien. I didn't mean to stop your bill, and I don't want to be talking over people. I need to take me a break from what this man just said. Chief Biko, go ahead. If you in the chat, you're hearing it for yourself. The Black Caucus does not work for quote unquote Black people.
It sounds like the same thing with the NAACP, correct? Like where we have individuals who's supposed to represent a certain sect of people, but as we fast forward, what ends up running them is actually not even the people it's supposed to represent. from what I'm
Here's the bottom line on the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. All right? What it's set up for is this. At the turn of the 20th century, the Jewish community in this country still had some problems. It's less than, right now, believe it or not, the Jewish population is about 2% of the American population, just 2%. So they wanted some protection. So they came up with the idea that if you can't do it to a Negro, you couldn't do it to a Jew. So they set up the NAACP to advance the interest of the colored people as a front for protecting their own interest.
It makes perfect sense, right? Because in that same time period of history, we're starting to see also the creation of the music industry, some of the and certain individuals just having a stronghold on that and perpetuating other things that we would see in the so-called Black community moving forward in history.
Now, that isn't a complete pictorial list of the Black Caucus, because they got a whole lot of white congressional members of the Congressional Black Caucus.
So let me ask you this real quick, Judge. Because we talked about, nation building and ultimately, how does the United States deal with certain individual groups of people and they are able to seek remedy or to get said remedy for misgrievances that they may experience?
Okay, let me explain the
Hold on, let me
main
just ask you, Judge. Let me just ask this. Is Black, the term Black, right? We talk about Black people, right? The Black Caucus, right? What that represents and who that represents. Under that banner and under that term, is there actually any substance, right, that people can utilizing that terms legally and lawfully to seek remedy or political power under that term?
There's no such thing as a legal status of Black, no such as Negro. What those are is just euphemisms that happen to be the current descriptive word. Now, anybody been in the Army? Maybe a parent, grandparent has. World War I, they called American soldiers doughboys. World War II, they called them GIs, for government equipped. Vietnam, they called them grunts. All the same thing. The words mean the same, but they're different words. Black, colored, Negro, African American, Afro American, they're all referring to the same group. It's a euphemism.
So, Judge, with that being said, why do you think majority of people that look like us identify as Black if the people that's supposed to represent it that we have on this screen here don't represent them? Why not go back to the beginning of the discussion and claim your bloodline lineage instead? Why do you think it's such a hard thing to wrap your mind around as far as our group of people?
Okay. It takes 6 days for a fad to start in the United States now with social media and the means of communication. About 7 years ago, some of us decided collectively we were going to get away from African American and go back to Black. We started using it. Now everybody's saying Black. 5, 6 years ago, it was African American. Jesse Jackson did not start African American. It just came back in somewhere around the late 1970s, early 1980s. He took advantage of it. But before that, it had been colored, Negro. It became Black. It became, in 18 months, Afro American. Then it went back to Black interchangeably with Afro American. And it stayed that way until the end of the 70s. And then it went to African American, and now it's drifted Black in the last 6 years to Black again. And basically, there were a handful of us that pushed the use of the term Black. So if you're 22 now, in other words, you were 15 when this started. If you're 29, you were 22 when this started. It looks like a long development. There's a thing about life. The closer it gets to the end, the more it's like a roll of toilet paper, the faster it runs out. So 6 years, 5 years is no time for somebody over 50. For
So let me
somebody who's
ask you, Judge.
25, that's a long period of time. That's a fifth of your life.
Let me ask you
So
a question real quick, Judge.
go ahead.
Being a part of that group that started to use that term black again, do you think it was a mistake knowing that that term and the usage of it gives implications of political power or coming together politically, right? And being able to be represented politically, even though, as we know, that term doesn't have any basis or backing or even unification in that term, because many of people have fell under that banner of black and have not yet have the history of so-called black people in America, i.e. slavery. We have East Indians who are considered black. You spoke about coolies. You spoke, right? Octoroons, quandaroons. At any given time, right, that we're looking at in history, there's a wealth of different people from different origins who fall under that black banner. Now, I'm talking about moving forward for our people, right? Understanding once you know better, you do better, right? Would you say, from your opinion, the use of the term black was a mistake, considering looking at the results today?
No, it's not. It has no difference. See, it has no impact. Your generation keeps thinking of labels because over the last 55 years, there's been a concerted campaign to get people to focus on irrelevancies, on labels, and on appearances rather than on essences. It doesn't make any difference what you call yourself. Supposing somebody Chinese was referring to you, how would he describe you? Does that change what you are because it's in Mandarin Chinese? Or if somebody was in Nigeria and they were speaking Yoruba, Igbo, or whatever it might be, does that change what you are because they use a different word for it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Negro is black in Spanish, but if you talk about those Negroes over there and people can see what you're talking about, or those black folk over there, or those Noir over there, and you're using French, you get the idea. We're talking about that group. What does that group choose to call itself? It doesn't change their nature. It doesn't change their essence. But in today's parlance, you're supposed to focus on the superficiality of a label or an appearance rather than the essence.
Well, I think that's
Right?
the issue, Judge, right? When everyone else in today's modern time, including all those with 47 pronouns, right, has everyone else around them have to acknowledge, right, what they say they would like to be called, correct? So now when we're talking about our people, right, and our people are getting away from terms and colors that don't accurately describe us. Judge, you got on a black shirt currently right there. Nothing about you is black. What most likely is about you is your Choctaw ancestry, right? So what happens is, right, actual Indian like yourself, right, who has a blood birthright to citizenship of its nation, right, now comes under the banner of black, right, and becomes now a citizen of another nation that hasn't even incorporated this term into their legal jargon at all.
Well, okay. Both of my grandfathers, paternal and maternal, are darker than anybody that's on this screen, or they were before they died. I get dark red brown when I get out in the sun a lot, not sunburn red, dark brown red. And that's the Native American part coming out. But bottom line is what I call myself has nothing to do with my self-evaluation. It just happens to be a label.
But does it have something to do with how you're classified legally
It
and law
doesn't make any difference.
in America?
In other words, the classification becomes a matter of convenience. If you look at a federal form, the first blocks is Hispanic, non-Hispanic. It's a game they're playing on you. See, if you say non-Hispanic, they want to know if you are white, Caucasian, black, or African American, then Pacific Rim or Pacific Islander, et cetera, and then they go through the categories. If you go to Hispanic, you don't have to answer that, though there are white or Caucasian people who speak a Latin language as their native language. There are blacks or Africans or African Caribs or whatever it may be who speak Hispanic languages. I have a stepmother. She's dead now. My father married her, and she's from the Philippines, and she's classified or was classified as Hispanic because her native language was Espanol, but she has slant eyes, sure enough, mostly Chinese with a bit of Japanese in her. So, but she's classified as Hispanic. It's a game where you make the size of this ethnic group a lot bigger than it actually is because of your classification. Now,
Is that how we stay 13% of the population for the last how many ever when they put into the data? And
yeah, but you see, you've got other people coming in here. Like right when I first got to Memphis 50 some years ago, you very seldom saw anybody that was Latino.
Hold on one second,
Now,
Judge Brown. Hold on one second, if you don't mind. Chief Biko, please get your question in, because I want to ask a question doubling up on what Geechee just said to drill down. Go ahead, Chief Biko. No,
I just wanted to
my
ask.
bad, Judge.
I just wanted to ask the question because if what we're called doesn't matter, then how can, on one hand, we get mad at, example, Kamala Harris for claiming black if it doesn't really matter? Like, we have to have a standard or a definition that the actual American gives Congress, or like you said, we can have an open door for anybody can just run in and claim that particular identity.
well, that's exactly what's happening. She's claiming to be black because she's got what appears to be a black paint job, but it's not Imran, it's lacquer that's making her black. In other words, what gives her the dark complexion is because she's an Aryan, the same Aryan that the Germans were claiming were the master race. There are Aryans, but they look just like her. But the Germans lied and said they're blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and the lie was told long and loud. And everybody thinks of Aryans as blonde-haired, blue-eyed from the far north, instead of swarthy, dark-haired, dark-eyed from the Indus River Valley, which is India.
So
You see,
let me ask it a
so
different
she
way.
has the color,
Let me ask it a
but
different way.
the
Judge.
point is she has none of the legacy. She doesn't have anybody that is an Indian. She doesn't have anybody that was brought over on the boat. She has none of these connections. She doesn't have a mother, a father who was even an immigrant to America. She has two parents who were visitors on temporary academic visas, but nobody was attempting to be a resident here long term or become a migrant or become a citizen of the United States. She is the newbie. So she has no grandmother, grandfather, aunt, uncle, great grandfather, or anybody with any attachment to American soil. Not one.
Let me ask it this way, Judge Joe Brown. Let me ask it this way. The numbers tell the story. Let me put it this way. For everybody listening, let's keep it real simple. We got an expense sheet. We got a profit and loss statement, Judge Joe Brown. On that expense sheet, we got a Hispanic caucus, a Black caucus, an Asian caucus, and a Pacific Islander caucus. If what we call ourselves doesn't matter or we're not specifically recognized, how do we ever get allocated specific resources? What's your answer?
The point of the exercise is the way the Constitution is currently interpreted. You can't get any because you're black. You get some because of your neutral status.
Judge Joe Brown, hold on one second. What you just said, I just gave an example to the listeners. There's 5 caucuses that I'm aware of. There may be more. They're on the expense sheet of the federal government. This group called Black never gets anything specific. And you're saying, Judge Joe Brown, it doesn't matter that we don't have, it's almost like going into business and you don't have a name that you're going to file to put your LLC or your S Corp under. Like, this doesn't make sense.
Here's the thing. The Black Caucus is essentially the Rainbow Caucus.
Come on, man.
It is. Damn near every one of them is a practitioner. It doesn't really make any difference. Get your freak on in your bedrooms. That's your business. But the point of the exercise is they use the work, the long legacy that has been left by Black Americans, Indians, who have either suffered at the hands of or made the nation. And what they're doing is they're relying upon that as camouflage for what they're really up to, which is a negation. They want to get rid of bravery, courage, duty, honor, responsibility, consequence, accountability, making where you live a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic opportunity, sense of purpose, becoming creatures of public peace, dignity, and order. They want to get rid of that, and they want no accountability. They want no guilt, no shame. Do whatever you want to do. You're answerable to nobody but yourself. You have no responsibilities. You're entitled to being taken care of by any and all. So you just get to be a child. Somebody will protect you, disarm the public, restrict free speech so that nothing said that counters your position is allowed. See, this is a negation of character, that character that got us from cave to condo. They want to get rid of it.
What do we need to do? Going back to the math, what do we need to do to get on the expense sheet to get specific resources from this government? Can you quick search white on this 1866 Civil Rights Act real quick, Chief Biko? Because what you're telling us, so they can be specific for white people. This is the 1866 Civil Rights Act. The federal government recognized white citizens. But what you're telling us is it doesn't matter if it doesn't recognize Black citizens, but it does.
It can't recognize white citizens anymore. See, the Constitution is currently interpreted and as buttressed by Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, and a number of other things and precedents. You cannot specify anything that is particular to one particular group. You have to make it so that it does not allow discrimination against a group, but it can't favor it.
Is this still good law?
Remedial, but you can't favor it.
Is this still good law, Judge Joe Brown? Has this been amended where they took the white off citizens?
That doesn't count anymore. That's not in there. That's not good law now. That's been superseded by a number of things. But basically, you cannot discriminate against someone for race, color, national origin, religion, age, infirmity, medical condition, in other words, or your sex. Now, they have attempted to modify that by using some of the precepts that were established over long years to prevent discrimination against somebody because of their race or color. They've been modifying that, thanks to the Black Caucus, to include sexual orientation, which is an option. And if you don't believe that, here's the thing. Gay folk, last I checked, don't rape every time they have sex with somebody. It's consensual. So if it's consensual, it's a choice. It's an election to do it or not do it. And if you can elect not to do it, irrespective of what you choose or wish to do, or if you do the thing you're compelled to do, you don't have to do it. Catholic priests and nuns are supposed to be celibate, not have any at all. Not saying
are gays on the expense sheet of the federal government to get allocated?
Yes, they are. They've got a Gay Reparations Act.
So if they
the one that was passed 5 years ago, headed by the Black Caucus.
Is this going over your head? Is this going over your head? What I'm saying right now?
I got a question. Now, in that Reparations Act, there is specific verbiage to give them restitution. I'm assuming for a misgrievance, correct? Of some
well,
sort.
Here's what it is. Basically, what the thing starts off being is because gay married couples were discriminated against, they set up a paltry $58 million fund, which is renewable because it's open-ended, to compensate compensation to gay couples who were denied insurance benefits. It's open-ended, no telling how much it'll wind up costing, but it's titled officially the Gay Reparations Act. The Black Caucus,
based off discrimination for not being able to be married. Now, so isn't that
discrimination
similar to anti-miscegenation? Wouldn't certain individuals have some type of grievance with anti-miscegenation laws that were put on the books and their inability to get married and or treated or discriminated against based off their race? Isn't that a similar basis for reparation for Black folk?
Sure, but problem is how you're going to get it unless there's a legislative act. You would expect the Black Caucus to introduce a reparations act, but have they? No. See, you can't sue anybody under America.
Hold on, Judge Joe Brown, respectfully. Well, and salute to you because you've been dropping some gems. Hopefully, this is but Judge Joe Brown, this is not hard. We're problem solvers.
Well, the problem is this.
Hear me out. If it doesn't matter what we're called, and we're never going to be on the expense sheet specifically allocated to, but other groups are, i.e. gays, is what you've been running with for the last like 45 minutes. How do we fix this problem as quote unquote Black people with a Black caucus? How do we fix it where we get specific resources under the name American? What do we
Stop electing the treasonous clowns to the offices? They aren't representing you. Look up their voting records. If they are not voting for stuff that benefits the people that they look like, don't vote for them. And you don't belong to one party. You're not slaves. You do not belong on that plantation. Now, here's what I'm saying. We can't sue because, first off, enslavement is a personal wrong against somebody. It's a tort. Every state in the Union and within the United States has a 1, 2, or 3 year statute of limitations. It's been a long time since that statute of limitations ran. If the perpetrator of a personal wrong dies, the action dies with him unless there's a wrongful death. And then there's so many years, 1, 2, or 3, depending upon the state, where an action can be filed to get compensation for it. The time limit's long run. Can you sue the government? Not unless they give you permission, because of the thing called the sovereign immunity. You cannot sue the federal government, a state government, a county government, or a municipal government without their permission. Now, how do you get that?
Judge, can the federal government, state government, and all these other forms of government commit genocide on the people, and there will be no grievance based upon what you just said?
Not unless they allow it. And then who's going to gainsay them if they're powerful enough to do it? See, there's power.
So hold on. One more thing I want to add. What's the difference between that and slavery? Right? Because what you're just telling me basically is, right, the government or those who are the leaders, right, at any given time could deem that breaking said constitutional laws, right, or that they supposedly uphold, right, breaking those laws could be for the best of the United States, right, and thus forth, the only remedy to that for a citizen, right, which would be if they allow you to get some type of restitution.
Yeah, that's it. Because Johnny Cochran and I knew each other, and sometimes we call each other up on the phone and talk about this stuff. He had some ideas, I had some ideas. I have a few thoughts on how you might be able to get around it, but I doubt they'll succeed. There's thoughts about it. But the way to get this is through a legislative Enablement and Appropriations Act. In other words, somebody pass a law that gets through Congress, and Congress is the Senate and the House, and also Congress approve the money payouts, and that has to be signed off on by the president. The president can't sign anything and get it in effect. And then it has to survive legal attack by probably multiple states and get through the court system. And at that point, you might have reparations. Now, it has to be an Enablement and Appropriations Act, and there has to be the money available. Now, if you talked about $500,000, say $500,000 for all of the identifiable people that might be able to be hooked up with slavery so that they are entitled to reparations because they actually have a family connection, ancestral connection, a legacy of sufferance at slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, etc. Well, you need an act of Congress and you need the money. And if you say gave someone $500,000, each person who was impacted, just $500,000, not the 9 million they were talking about in San Francisco, with the people identifiably in the group of those who actually have a legacy that is connected with slavery as suffering from it, that $500,000 translates out somewhere around 14 to 15 trillion dollars. The last figures I've seen for the gross income of the United States of America that the government had available to it, the gross amount was $19.4 trillion for 2017. So nobody can operate on the business of giving away 3/4 of anybody's income at one time. Cash on the barrel hit. It doesn't work.
So, Judge, real quick, what you just explained sounded like a corporate infrastructure. Is the United States of America a corporation?
No, it's not. But corporations are based on the United States government. In fact, I'll be glad to break that down. Article 1 that we touched on, we didn't
hold on
mention.
1 second, Judge. But before you go there, respectfully, before you go there, let's go back to your reparations scenario, but let's take money off the table and let's talk about people who were run out of towns. Why not? Why can't those people who were run out of towns during the Great Migration, why can't they get their towns back?
Because they're dead.
Okay, but they got family, they got lineage.
Yeah, well, you have wrong. Well, the action doesn't survive the deceased.
Boy, look at here. They got it.
That's American law.
Well,
so there's no actual remedy for like birthright stealing, according to law.
No.
So that's legal, technically, you know.
There's no such thing as birthright stealing. That's not a category of tortious activity, which would create an action, and it's certainly not statutory.
So, Judge, I have a question.
No basis or grounds for it, dude, at all.
As I said, it has to be somebody changes the law. So that requires a legislative act, and once the law is changed, it has to be paid for. That's an Appropriations Act, which is usually combined with an Enablement Act. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, that's the function of the U.S. Congress, which shall have 2 chambers, the House and the Senate. And also, you have electors. Now, let's lead from that into the thing about, is the U.S. government a corporation or a business?
I just want to be clear. You just said that it's illegal to give reparations.
I didn't say it's illegal. There's just no legal basis for it. There's a difference.
Wow.
Gotcha.
No
so
legal
all
basis with all the towns that's been destroyed and all, there's no legal basis.
Well, what I'm hearing,
alligator,
is that nobody has articulated it in the proper format. Thus forth, you can't bring it to, like, there's no basis for it, right? There's not a situation that they can be described in law and a remedy for it set for that.
Yeah, let me put it this way. If somebody comes in and out of malice destroys your house, that's actionable. But guess what? You have to file an action to recover within the statute of limitations, which, considering that it's called a tort or a civil wrong, depending upon the state or whether it's within the United States province, as a federal government, you have 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. If you don't file something within that time, you lose it. You get an automobile accident, depending upon your state, you got 1 year, 2 years to file it. You don't, you lose it.
But there is no statute of limitations on murder, correct?
Well, no, but the point is it actionable? Who are you going to get the money from? And the person that commits the murder has to still be alive.
Wow.
What are you going to do?
Now,
execute the corpse?
Let me ask you a question, Judge. If their estate still exists, is that the same as them being alive?
No, it's not. It isn't. Okay. And you still have the time thing. Did you file this action, which is caught up in this whole thing with civil wrong? Did you file it within the applicable statute of limitations? And therein lies the rub. Also, if you try to sue a government, you can't, because there's a thing called sovereign immunity. Otherwise, any individual could close down the government. He has to have standing to sue, and there has to be an allowance of his lawsuit.
Can another government sue the government?
A state can sue another state, and it goes immediately to the Supreme Court. A state can file an action against the combined conglomerate of sovereign entities that consist of the United States or the United Nations of America. Yes.
Can a tribal nation sue the United States?
If there is a treaty allegation, if you're talking about a foreign entity, which is what Indian nations are, then it becomes a matter of what did the treaty say.
So the only reason that they're sovereign is because they are a foreign entity outside of said United States.
Yes. And what is the treaty obligation? And you still have the thing here, power.
But they still are subservient to the United States.
It goes this way. Who can vest the most immediate consequence? And when Native Americans had a whole frontier and they could go on the warpath, take scalps, burn down homesteads, kill the cattle, you got a lot of power. Maybe you can't win the war, but you can damn sure make it inconvenient until somebody says this is becoming a big thorn in everybody's backside. We need to do something about it.
Not to cut you off there, Judge, but the question, because you said it goes back to power. So just kind of circling back, because I know you said it can't be specific to a group, and we already done identified that the LGBTQ community has one. So they must have some power. And we also have this document here that came out recently in 2021, where they passed the COVID hate crime, which is specifically for Asians. So is that because they, one, have power? And how do we get the same thing for our group, which is being classified as Black?
Your Black Caucus is supposed to introduce that, but they won't.
So let me ask a question, Judge Joe Brown, based on what Chief Biko just said. Here we can see, can you scroll down, Chief Biko, where he can see Asian? So we can clearly see, Judge Joe Brown, that the federal government has a specific line item on their expense for Asians. You've already made it clear to us that Black is not on the expense sheet, and we can't get anything specific, but gays are getting stuff specific. Asian.
Well, here's the thing. Will it stand? Nobody's challenged it. Remember, we once had affirmative action, but it got challenged and it's not race neutral. So over the last 50 years, starting with Bakke, which by the way was set up with some Black students at Berkeley Medical School, they wanted to get in. They didn't want a neutral standard applied to them because they couldn't get in They couldn't get the neutral standard by showing that there were other factors that indicated that they could succeed because there was no adversity to their existence. They just happened to be black. So they reached an agreement with the admissions and the faculty at Berkeley Medical School. Bakke was going to be the beneficiary because he was setting himself up to be the plaintiff, and the school and the system took a dive so they could end it. And some Negroes got into medical school, and black folk got cut off slowly but surely, strangled about it over the next 50 years. By the way, the opinion that Justice Roberts wrote is exactly like we wrote as black students at UCLA in 1966 and 67 to start affirmative action. As did other black students around the country. It was race neutral. We told those clowns you can't base it on race because you will screw it up. You can make it race neutral, where although it is technically neutral, it has the greatest impact on the circumstances of black folk, so just by the nature of what we dealt with.
What is Asian, Judge Joe Brown?
That's what happens. We don't have anybody introducing anything for us. But where is the proposed legislation that would come out of the Black Caucus? It isn't.
Is Asian race neutral, Judge Joe Brown, respectfully?
Asian, see, it doesn't have to be race neutral when it is remedial. Even the Supreme Court says that. You can't favor anybody, but you can protect them. The Civil Rights Act, the Employment Act, Title VII, says there shall be no discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, age, or medical condition. Now, if you are talking about somebody's discriminated against because they're Asian, you're saying there's a particular need and we need to protect the Asians. If you want to style it something else, it's open to attack. But right now, nobody's attacked it. You don't have groups attacking it, but you got a lot of groups attacking the particularity of favoring somebody who's black. Nothing is wrong under the current interpretations of American law with saying you can't do this to black people. The problem comes in when you start saying what you have to do it for, who you do it for, rather than you can't do it against.
All right. So I'm going to raise my hand. I want you to talk to me like I'm a 3-year-old, Judge Joe Brown. We're looking at a screen and we see that the Asian American got specific protection for murders that happened in Atlanta, Georgia during the pandemic.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Why can't we have a black American, some type of act that comes through Congress? Why can't it just
be the Rights Act?
It's irrelevant. It's just bullshit. Because wait a minute. Everything that they said you can't do to Asians is also generally against the law. Now, if I'm explaining it to a kid, I'd explain it this way.
Okay.
They can't take your candy from you, but you can't make somebody give you candy. You get the difference? I got a candy bar. It's wrong to take my candy bar. But on the other hand, I don't have to give you one.
Right. Unless there's some type of legislation that allocates that there's a specific budget to go towards a specific,
in other words, it has to be this way. Because of something systemic, your candy bar got snatched. So we're going to make you whole by giving you your candy bar back.
Right. So let me ask you a question real quick. The term black and the Black Caucus, you says the Black Caucus has to introduce certain legislation and things in order for it to really have any basis. So going back to that term, right, as you said, you were one of the ones that was instrumental in helping bring that term back, right, at a certain point in time and being as political power. Would you say, looking back in retrospect now, that you potentially created and helped influence a term that now Kamala Harris and other individuals who are not of said, what that represents. Now they hide under that mask of Black.
Yeah, but the point is, she's not Black by the definitions concerned. She's Hindu. She has in her background the following: Irish.
As you were creating that term, sir, right? Or that term was.
But hold on. She has in her background genetically Irish, Caucasian, and she has Aryan Caucasian. Doesn't have any recent African ancestry. Now, the fact that she is swarthy is typical of Aryans. Aryans were lied about and said to be blonde-haired and blue-eyed. That's Aryan Nation, Aryan Brotherhood, Nazi Party, the Aryans. They're talking about the same people that look like Kamala Harris. Her mother was a Tamil Hindu, dark skin. Now, they're classified as Caucasians. If you go to Australia, their Aboriginals are as dark as any American Black. But
if you bring them, they would be Negroes, right? But if we took those people that you're speaking of and put them in 1958 or 60, right? These people are considered and classified the same as Black Americans who had slavery.
They're not.
They're not. They're not. Hold on. They're not considered
look,
color.
I personally am acquainted with people who did this. It was interesting as some experiments in the 1950s and early 1960s. They had people who studied African languages, principally Yoruba or Igbo, and they dressed up as Africans and they were dark skinned. They got absolutely no problems in the South because they had nothing to do with slavery. They were looked at as free people. The onus that we face as a race has to do with our association with being slaves. Africans look down on us for being slaves. Indians look down on the slaves for being slaves. Irish look down on the slaves for being slaves. Scotsman, English, French, everybody looks down on slaves.
Well, hold on, Judge. Everybody you just named at some point in history were slaves, correct?
Sure. And
okay,
guess
hold on.
what?
That don't go together then, Judge. Hold on.
No, but guess what?
Hold on, Judge. Just listen. All of these people you just described, when we talking about in the inception of America, all of them were slaves. The Irish.
Yes.
Like, hold on. So, but these same people, you telling us, right? They're looking down on our people when at the same time, our people is allegedly going through slavery. Guess what, Judge? All of these people are going through slavery in antebellum America.
Yeah, but the difference is, there's a difference. They didn't require the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation that freed the slaves in the states in rebellion. They didn't require the 13th Amendment that ended slavery and involuntary servitude in the United States. They didn't require the 14th and 15th Amendments.
Hold on. Was that race-based, Judge? Or was slavery?
It doesn't make any difference what it is. Look at what they did that we did not do.
We're talking about a specific people that have a lineage that's based in this.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. Here's what it's got everything to do with it. We never had a war with the United States of America, nor did we have anybody that we were connected with in a foreign place who had a war with the United States of America.
So what was the Gullah Wars, Judge?
That was a scrimmage. That was just somewhere in the outskirts. That was
Judge. Scrimmage, a scrimmage that almost brought America to the brink of debt, and it was
didn't bring it to the brink of anything.
Hold on, Judge.
There were several hundred, maybe 1,000 casualties.
Hold on, Judge. Did the Gullah Wars last over 100 years?
Yeah, it was a skirmish.
Hold on. What war, Judge? Hold on. What war that lasts 100 years? Okay, that is not going to bring a nation to the brink of debt.
It's not bringing the nation to the brink of anything. Didn't.
So,
If
America was able to fight for
hold
100
on,
years with Indians or so-called black folks,
hold on,
and
Adam.
still at the time enslave millions of them, as well as enslave other Europeans, East Indians, Africans, and other people from
Here's,
the earth.
here's the
Correct?
thing.
Can y'all hold
There
on for
is a
1 second?
certain
Respectfully,
category,
Got it.
Judge Joe Brown.
generally
Judge Joe-
genetically
Hold on 1
determinable.
second, Judge Joe
of
Brown.
people.
Hold on 1 second for
Go
me,
ahead.
Judge Joe Brown, respectfully, because y'all going back and forth, and it's not good for the listener right now. What we do know at this point, because right now we're just going around because we're emotional about what we're hearing from Judge Joe Brown, but we've shown Judge Joe Brown and the listeners documents that say white citizens, documents that say Asian citizens, and Judge Joe Brown has said that gays specifically get resources. What Judge Joe Brown is respectfully telling us is that there's this one group of people that even if you got on a Dawes roll by blood and you know who you are by blood, if you went through reclassification and had to go through segregation and all of that, there's no remedy for you. And I respect you, Judge Joe Brown, for just coming straight up the middle this last 45 minutes and letting people know that you're not going to get remedy from your Black caucus and being called Black, because they're going to say it's racial, even though we know Asians can get it and gays can get it. So what you're really telling us is it's a lose-lose game. There's no way to fix this system because the component that we are, it wasn't designed to be in this system. It just
No,
wasn't.
that's not what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I am saying. If you're Asian, you had Chosin Reservoir, you had Korea, you had Pearl Harbor, you had Kamikaze, you had Bonsai, you have karate, you have Bushido, you have samurai. If you're German, you've got Battle of the Bulls, you got Tiger tanks, Panther tanks, you got the Wehrmacht, you've got the Luftwaffe, you've got Baron von Richthofen, you've got all of these things. If you're French, you have knights in armor, you've got England, you got these badasses with Robin Hood and everything else. What do you have if you're black folk? Maybe you have the Native Americans, but the Native Americans have a hell of a lot better circumstances in one sense than descendants of slaves. Why? Because the American descendants of slaves have never thrown down and had a knockdown, drag out fight with the white folk. Now, granted, at the end of the Civil War, the rebellion, 1/3 of the Union Army was black, Negro, colored, whatever you want to call it. And they were what was necessary to win that war. But we haven't thrown down. We haven't had any Nigerians or Igbo or Kenyans or anybody take on the U.S. government. The Japanese that live here didn't, but they had their native land. Japan, the Chinese who live here, they had coolies, they got jacked around. But when America ran into those Chinese in Korea, it scared the hell out of them. See, who here that it looks like anybody that would be included in the label black has that? And you can even take the Caribbeans. They had the Maroons. They didn't need to be emancipated. They got free. You got Haiti, Toussaint Louverture. He went and took on Napoleon's guys and did a damn good job running them out. See, we've got all kinds of things, but we've never fought anybody, and they name places and trains and things after Indians, but they don't name anything except boulevards after Martin Luther King and schools out of after Booker T. Washington. And if you want to get a handle on Booker T. Washington, just think what you were not doing to get white folk in every southern town to name a school after you 110, 120 years ago.
So what you're really telling us, Judge Joe Brown and Chief Blackcoat, I want to get your input on what he just said, because basically Judge Joe Brown is saying you got to go outside and knock that person out that's on your bike. It's your bike. Stop trying to call the police. Stop trying to go to court and go through the civil process to get your bike back. Go take your bike back and just go knock them out and get on your bike and go on down the street to the 7-Eleven.
I'll say this one thing again. I said it earlier. I went through 60,000 pages of the congressional record. There were maybe 5 pages in there that talked about the civil rights activities and nonviolent demonstrations. The rest of it was concerned about burn, baby, burn.
Chief Blackcoat, based on what he's saying right now, he's basically saying you got to take it back. Black folks ain't never took it back.
There you go.
And there it is. I mean, but he keeps saying it. We're here on this channel trying to figure out who is black. Now you've explained that black is this whole group of people that are gay, got nothing to do with us. So we running around here with the mindset of black, cool, calm, collected. We're trying to figure out how do we get it back. You stand on business about the American and stop asking the government to give you all of this. We could talk all day about what happened, what went down. We know the truth. We broke it down already, and I like how Geechee is baiting them into these certain questions to try to just say like who the American is, which is us. But yeah, the same play that of how the European is walking around calling themselves the American right now. Just took he explained it best with the candy analogy. I don't gotta give you no, I took it, but I ain't gotta give it to you. So now we got to have that same mental. Take the candy back. Take being back the American. And yeah, the only way you get that is you don't play no games with Black Caucus or Senate or whatever structure that they run now. You take it back, Bob. Taking it back.
Let me ask a question. This may be unpopular, but how many members of the Black Caucus are Republican?
Good question, Judge.
Damn, they're none. So
Wow.
we've been voting for these same Democrats, and they're the only Democrats outside of, say, the president that we get a chance to help select. We've been putting them in since 1970.
Wow.
They haven't done a damn thing for us. So here's the thing. If no matter what I don't do for you, I get your support, why should I do any damn thing for you if I can guarantee myself I'll get your support?
You got to teach them how to treat you. Let me ask you this, since you're going there. I hope you appreciate how we are able to pull up these laws and stuff. Why are these college graduate politicians, why are they not doing what we're doing with you on this live? Why are they not reading through the records, trying to figure out the history and the timeline?
Because they are. But the point is, they're bamboozling everybody. They're running a con game as to what they're doing. See, I have to go back to this last point. If no matter what I don't do for you, I get your vote, I have absolutely no incentive to do a damn thing for you. Meanwhile, over here, John Doe, no matter what he tries to do for you, he can't get your support. He winds up with no incentive to do a damn thing for you either. So the party of the slave owners, which was founded the second decade of the 19th century to protect and spread slavery, still controls those descendants of slaves. The party that in 1851 was chartered with the specific purpose of ending slavery, they can't get anything from the ex-slaves. They used to, up until 1960. Damn near every Black person in America voted Republican, except on the national level because of what FDR did about putting people back to work. And Harry Truman signing 1981 that integrated armed services. Kennedy, see, Kennedy got a lot of Black folk. He was the Democratic nominee for president, but every racist redneck sheriff in the South was a Democrat. So their presidential candidate just called up and said, hey, you know my daddy, he was a gangster, big time gangster. Irish gangster. So what am I doing? I'm a Democrat. I'm your candidate for president. You good and damn well better do what I tell you. Back off this Martin Luther King. And the Democratic sheriffs in the South, racist as they were, listened to their Democratic candidate for president, whose father made a lot of money running Negroes off of the docks and out of the warehouses in Boston. And Negroes flocked to the Democratic Party. And then when LBJ came in and became great white daddy in the White House, oh God, the mint. And when they came up with the Civil Rights Act, 1967, 68, I mean, the voting rights and the amendments and, you know, war on poverty, oh, that was right there. Now the slave party owned them some Negroes. But you see what was going on is 100 years before, they had put this culture of slavery in the minds of Black folks, so it became part of their culture. And the Negroes raised themselves as slaves. They taught themselves in acculturating and socializing themselves what it meant and how to be slaves, and didn't even realize it. So 120 years later, 130 years later, it was easy for the Democrats to reassert control over their slaves that they had put slavery in the culture of. And here we are now. Black Caucus, we've had them in for 35, 40, 50 years, and they haven't done a damn thing for their people.
So let me ask you a question, Judge, specifically about that. So there is a certain sect of so-called Black folks in America, right, who didn't need the Black Caucus, or at least work with the Black Caucus to be identified, recognized, and to have a specific budget set aside for their overall preservation. Who I'm speaking about is the Gullah Geechee, right? So I wanted to get your opinion, because in 2001, right, Queen Quet was able to get a congressional act ultimately to preserve and help preserve and protect the lands historically of these people, and bestow a certain level of autonomy with these said specific people. So is that an example, right, where Black folks have been able to go through Congress, right, go through certain the avenues in which you described, and able to seek remedy? Are you familiar with this tribe of people? And
there was a lot of consequence going on too. They took lives and they exerted power. And there's one little thing, they took the wives and children into custody, trying to impact them, and they went and kidnapped some of the family of some of the sheriffs and held them. So that was a standoff. That's an exercise in power.
So specifically, it's the same sentiment in which you said again, right? Those who exercise specific powers and or, you know, bestowed inalienable rights by their creator and understand that, they seem to be able to get some type of remedy.
Yes.
Those who continue to remain in the victim mentality will always seem to be in that mentality or in that status in this legislative procedure court. Okay, go ahead.
It's like this. There's a small guy and a big guy who's trying to bully him. If the small guy's got a lot of nerve, he busts the bully right in his mouth, split his lip. Bully may beat his butt, but he got a busted lip. He doesn't want another busted lip. So if he knows this guy has got this ongoing courage, he either kills him or backs off and leaves him alone. If he's got good sense, he might settle down and make this guy his friend. So they become a team.
We're going to end it right there, Judge Joe Brown. You have been awesome tonight. That's how we need to end what you just said. if we don't stand up for ourselves and take back what was taken, I do want to ask you, would you be interested in coming back at a future time?
Oh
Possibly?
yeah, no problem.
That's music to our ears. Do any one of y'all want to say any closing things? I want to say personally to you, I want to make amends if you felt like I cut you off. It was just I didn't know the time constraint, but nothing but respect for you as an elder, and learned a lot from you tonight. I want to salute you, and hopefully we can do it again.
You running the meeting, brother. That needs to be done. That's called order. And by the way, what you might do, get yourself a copy of Robert's Rules of Order. Is how to run these meetings, and there's an art form to it. You got it naturally. So I don't care who you are. Everybody gets cut off. President too, when it gets in. Or Senator so-and-so, Congressman so-and-so. It all works. It's called running a meeting.
Thank you, sir.
You were in charge of the meeting, so you did what you were supposed to do.
Thank you.
And thank you. Definitely learned a lot of information. It was a pleasure for you being on the platform, and I hope all of our listeners and our subscribers definitely gain some valuable information.
May I make one suggestion? See if you can get a copy of Mao Zedong's Red Book. Every now and then you can find them. You might find them on Amazon. Don't study it as a recommendation for communism. Just look at it as a how to do thing. He's got a lot of political wisdom in there, a lot of military wisdom in there. As a matter of fact, they even teach him now at West Point and in ROTC programs because he figured out how to get it done. And there are a lot of things in there that American descendants of slavery or American Aboriginals need to read and study. And one of his things is power grows out of the barrel of a gun. He's talking about power comes from ability to vest consequences. Even if you don't win, it becomes ill-advised to put you to the test. That bully who bust the small guy in the chest, and the small guy splits his lip when he busts him right in the mouth. That's consequence.
Can you spell that author for me, Judge Joe Brown?
Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao.
Mao Zedong. Okay.
It's called The Quotations of Chairman Mao.
Got it.
Everybody had one in their back pocket back in the 60s.
Okay. Chief Biko, closing statements, and Chief Blackcoat.
Definitely wanted to salute to you, Judge, again for rocking with us on this build. Like you said, a lot of key points. Main takeaway that I pretty much learned is you gotta bring ass to whoop ass. So if you're too afraid to stand up for your own lineage, then don't expect to get shit. So I appreciate you coming up the middle for us, as well for the viewer. I'm gonna pass it off to Blackcoat.
Appreciate it, because we appreciate you, Judge. You gave us 4 hours of your time. You didn't have to do this, and we unpacked a whole lot that we're gonna probably continue this on another call. But no, I definitely appreciate you, man, and always gonna respect my elders. Grew up watching you, knew exactly who we were coming into this meeting with. My grandparents loved you, So man, we appreciate you, dog.
Geechee God.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate that. I feel that you answered all the questions just straight up from what you understand. And ultimately, I think we need more opportunities just to get some of these Jews from our elders, right? And so anytime we have an opportunity to exchange some energy with the OGs, to get some of those Jews firsthand accounts, it's always a pleasure. I hope that you come back to this community and once again, allow us to probe some of those things that you actually experienced and lived through that we can learn from as we move forward in the future and try to take our people into the next generations. So I really appreciate you once again. Shout out to TLC, man. Y'all did a great job today, y'all. So once again, we hope to see you over here again, and I'm out, gang. Peace.
All right, everybody that's watching, we'll do it again.
One last closing thing, I appreciate what you young folk are doing. It's your life. I ain't got that much longer to go. And the damn thing about it is so cold is realizing after you've been through it how damn short it is. And then at the end of it, when you realize it, life's like a roll of toilet paper. The closer you get to the end, the faster the damn thing runs out.
Mm.
So, keep doing it. Find out what we know, because history is like a recipe.
Okay.
It's like chicken. If you're going to cook a chicken, you have to have the same temperature, the same duration of the cooking process, but the seasoning makes all the difference.
Okay.
When you get somebody like me, I've actually tasted the seasoning on the chicken, and I can tell you what it tastes like. Otherwise, when you read it in a book, it's kind of hard to deal with. What does this stuff taste like without having an idea of the taste? And I can tell you, don't add so much salt or don't add so much cayenne pepper, because that might not work with this recipe. That's all I'm doing. It's on you to get it together. But one thing I am saying to you is, over the last 55, 60 some years, I've seen what has been propagandized. And I want to add this. It take me about 2 minutes. This is where things have gone wrong. Propaganda, I studied. I've watched propaganda in effect. What happened is, back in late mid-60s, you got a coalition. And they were anti-man. It ranged from the anti-war folk, wars, but man, war is a bad thing, man. We got to be about love, man, not war. Or some people hated men. Some people hated that they weren't men. Some people hated they weren't strong men, etc. They took control firmly of the entertainment industry, where they already had a foothold. They got control of the communications industry, the news industry. They infiltrated the political parties. And what they were doing was setting up, in effect, what is revenge of the nerds, the cowards. They were scared of being brave, courageous. They didn't want to be held to account. So what they did is they adopted a cult that is a kind of faith, a dogma that says you have no responsibility to anybody and you have a thing to be taken care of. When Hollywood started putting out blaxploitation to bail itself out, they went to the lowest common denominator, and they glorified dysfunction, and they glorified this sense of being helpless, about not being in control, not having free will, except to screw up. So we have gotten this thing now where we keep thinking of, when are they going to do this for us? That is a trap. If you can get something from somebody, do so. But the reason you get it, if it's a wholesome reason, is because if they don't, it's one hell of a pain in the ass for them if they don't. We just ask, Mommy, please, I want this. Can I have it? Daddy, I want this. Can I have it? Don't approach it that way. You're grown. Say, look, son of a bitch, if you don't, there's going to be hell to pay. Even if I get my own ass kicked, you're going to get hurt.
Right.
Now.
Yep. Thank you, Judge Joe Brown.
One other thing. See this behind me?
Yes, sir.
I'm in the barbecue business. This is some good shit.
Okay.
I'm working with Beyonce's personal chef, Gloria Haddish, a sister who runs the only Black female-owned USDA certified meat packing plant out of Compton, California. Okay. Another sister who has got a whiskey distillery. Her name is Michelle Dukes. It's called Poppy's. And we got a Black enterprise thing going. We are sold on Amazon. You can order it there and get it in 2 days. Okay. It's healthy, it's halal, and it's kosher if you care about that. They sell it in health food places, or you can go to Judge Joe Brown Barbecue, JJBBBQ.com, and you can order. chicken links, beef links, beyond beef, vegan links, hot, mild, smoked, or raw.
What's the
We
website
have
one more time?
barbecue powder and this Judge Joe Brown barbecue.
What's the, you
It's
said
on
JJ,
Amazon.
you said JJ,
Mhm.
you said JJ BBQ.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown, JJB, barbecue, BBQ.com. Get
.com.
yourself some.
.com.
Some good stuff, man. I ain't
Boost
gonna
my
lie.
word.
We've won contests. Been working on it for 40 years. Beyonce's personal chef, the brother's name is Chef Damon.
Okay.
He's got a place on 79th and Western down in the hood in LA called D's Original Takeout Grill. 79th and Western. Drop through, get yourself some to take out. It's chief, chicken, pork, beef, poultry of various kinds, fish, other stuff. It's good stuff, man.
I'm gonna shop with you on Amazon. That's my word on that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy a bottle. I don't live in California, but you can mark my word on that. I'm gonna order from Amazon. And I appreciate you, man. You don't know what you did for us, Judge Joe Brown. I just thank you. That's it. That's all I can say. And Chief Blackcoat, I always told you, you were the leader. He just confirmed.
Now, there you go. And next time when you talk to me, I'll talk about this break-in when I had that Martin Luther King, James Earl Ray case. 5 folk tried to kill me. We had an interesting shootout. Talk about some of the other stuff. Talk about Tookie Williams, who started the Crips, used to work for me and another 2 brothers who were youngest playground directors in the LA City school system. How we had as one of our students at 12 years old, the late singer Barry White.
We can do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that.
Okay.
We had some interesting adventures.
Can we get it before this year over with?
Yeah, I'll talk to you, no problem. Just get me when I ain't doing something else, trying to run around and be. I still like ladies.
Hey, you're a man. You supposed to.
And they're generally fine too.
Hey, they got to play like they weigh. All right, Judge Joe Brown.
I'm not as good as I used to be, but most of the time I'm better than I ever was.
All right, y'all. We go, y'all.
Sure. Appreciate you, Judge.